I'm going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Thank all of you for being here tonight for our March 11th Town Council meeting. Appreciate you coming. We'll call our meeting to order. We'll begin with our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. Mayor Pro Tem Devaney, I'll ask you to lead us in our invocation.
Sure. If everyone would please bow your head. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here tonight. We thank you for the privilege to be stewards for you. Lord, we ask for your help in glorifying your name in all our works. Lord, help us to be compassionate and work together and unite this town, a town we all so love dearly. Lord, help us to continue to discover, develop, and discern our gifts and our talents through you. Hear us, O Lord. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. If you please stand with me, we'll join together in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll just a moment do our introductions, but before they introduce themselves, I'd like to introduce them on our behalf, our new town attorney, Miss Ashley Anderson. So we got to meet her, spend a little time this afternoon, and we welcome you and thank you for being here tonight. And that said, Mr. Rollins, we'll start with you if we could do our introduction, please.
Dwight Rollins, Town Manager.
Ashley Anderson, Town Attorney.
John Doggett.
Heath Clay.
Lynn Williams Devaney.
Tim Sessom.
Janelle Robinson.
John Hamilton.
Michael Harvey, Planning.
Jeff Bacon, Acting Town Clerk.
We'll move on to item number 4, our consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda, or would someone like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve the consent agenda as it is produced.
Have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, the motion carries. Announcements and recognitions. We'll begin with announcements.
Mr. Mayor, I have a few announcements. First of all, I'd like to thank the staff for hosting the volunteer lunch that we had here back in January. It was great. We had a wonderful turnout. The room was full. Staff did a great job on decorations and presentations, and everybody received a really nice notepad, binder, book. So we really appreciate that, and really we appreciate all the volunteers that come out and help in all of our events and in every way that you do to take care of this town. I also wanted to thank John Hamilton, the staff and the fire department for hosting and working with the rabies clinic. That had to be moved because of weather, but as I understand it still turned out to be great. So thank you for doing that. And that was a new event for our town. Just wanted to let everybody know we still have some committee openings on Founders Day. We have 2 to 3 positions. It's one of our bigger committees, and it's lots of fun, no pressure, no stress. The planning board, we are in need of 2 alternates, and the history committee has 1 or 2 positions open. I think it's 2. Also wanted to announce some of our upcoming events. Hands-on Summerfield, and that's a community-wide volunteer event. And it's going to be on Saturday, March the 29th from 8 a.m. to approximately 2 p.m. or depending on whenever your project's done. Staff and council will divide up in teams and will be around our town fixing things, straightening things, cleaning things. There's a lot of different projects. The More Guys, which is one of the PTA groups at the school, is actually going to help do some cleanup around the school during this event, so that's very exciting. To sign up for this, go to our town website and you will see Hands on Summerfield link there. It's very easy. Also, Founders Day will be here before we know it, and that is May 16th and 17th. That's a Friday and Saturday. All sponsorships for anybody who wants to sponsor rides or any of the attractions, they're due the first part of April. I think the date was April 4th, but just remember the first part of April. If you need any information or want to know any information about Founders Day, please contact myself or Jeanette Dockery at Town Hall, and we'll be more than happy to help you. Also, I wanted to thank the Parks and Rec / Maintenance Department for continuing to clean up and fix a lot of things. Mr. Kuhn, may I call on you for a second, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us the skinny list on just a few things that you guys have done besides the bathrooms, which was huge?
So I made a little list here, and I cut it way down on some of the highlights of what Eric Kuhn, Parks and Rec. So we have been working to eliminate the contractors, like we talked about in the last city council meeting, and turn picking up the equipment. With the equipment, we've answered, I think, several public works requests within the community to help alleviate like a treadmill that had fell in the middle of the road, ended up in somebody's front yard. I've been to NC, I've been to the pesticide training, I went to the Parks and Rec conference. We've done several painting projects, we've assembled furniture. We're currently getting prepared to take over all the grounds, the housekeeping, the maintenance, every other event that the city needs accomplished. In addition to, I got the schedule completely organized for all travel, which will be every weekend except for 2 over at the ball field. And I have 5 schools that are using the fields for baseball, soccer, and softball games.
Great, thank you so much. And I know you've changed cameras and locks everywhere as well, so thank you so much.
Firetown has been relocked.
And make sure you let your staff know thank you as well.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's all I have.
Any other announcements? Then we will, we'll move on to recognition. One housekeeping matter we do, I think, need to do prior to that is, as we do have a resolution here, I think we need to vote on it. Has everyone had opportunity to read it and prepared? Is there any discussion, or would someone like to call for a vote?
I'll call for a vote that we approve the resolution as written for Fire Chief Johnson.
Thank you. Have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Motion is second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? And it is unanimous. I'm going to ask Chief Johnson, if he would, to come here front and center. And, this man is very close to these people over here. And these people over here are very special. They're our firefighters. They are the people who protect us. And this is their leader. And so I'm going to ask you guys, if you would, Chief Johnson, if you just stand and face everybody so they can see you. And this guy, if there's one person in this room that's not comfortable with this, it's this man right here. So he'll get mad at me later. But I'm going to ask all you guys if you'll come over and stand behind him and back him up, because I know he gives you credit for everything that he has done and accomplished through working with you guys. And so everybody just get behind him there. And we're going to read this.
If you don't know, this is my daughter. She's one of our explorers. So if you got anybody from the ages of 14 to 17 that wants to be a junior firefighter, we're taking applications.
What's her last name?
She's a Johnson. She'll be soon leaving us going to Ohio to college.
Proclamation name is Town of Summerfield Recognition and Appreciation. I'm getting emotional with it. Fire Chief Chris Johnson. Proclamation PROC-2025-001. Original adoption date 3/11/25. That's tonight, and we just adopted it. So, and here's the proclamation. Whereas the Town of Summerfield believes in recognizing and honoring citizens for their outstanding contributions to the town, and whereas Fire Chief Chris Johnson unofficially started with the Summerfield Fire Department as a young child. I think he was a young child, and then officially joined at 16 years old, responding to calls with his grandfather, who was the first ever fire chief of the department. Whereas in 1990, at the age of 16, so you were 16, he officially joined the department as a volunteer member, and whereas in 1997, after graduating from college with a Bachelor of Science in Fire and Safety Engineering Technology, he continued to volunteer at the Summerfield Fire Department while being a full-time firefighter at the Greensboro Fire Department, and whereas in 2007, he became the 4th fire chief for the Town of Summerfield Fire District and continues to serve in that capacity today. And whereas under his leadership, the Summerfield Fire District has become a statewide example of a community-based fire department and has improved the fire district from an ISO Class 6 to now an ISO Class 2. And I'll just pause here and say that is substantial savings, insurance savings for all of us who live here. And Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, but a Class 2 is the highest rating you can have without public water. Is that right?
That's what
I'm
causing us issue, water and people side of getting us from getting one, from what we're told. So.
And whereas the North Carolina Association of Fire Chiefs has recognized Fire Chief Chris Johnson with an award of the 2025 Fire Chief of the Year for our state. for his exemplary work in fire safety, and whereas the people of Summerfield greatly benefit from Chief Johnson's community involvement that includes having community events held at the fire station, such as an award-winning kids summer camp, stop, drop, and roll, the 5K, stop, drop, and roll 5K, trunk or treat, Santa at the station, and the town of Summerfield's Founders Day activities, which these guys carry in a major load with Founders Day, and we're very appreciative. Now therefore be it proclaimed that on behalf of the citizens of the town of Summerfield, the town of Summerfield hereby officially recognizes, commends, and thanks Fire Chief Chris Johnson for his outstanding service rendered to the town of Summerfield. Will you join me in thanking Chief Johnson? Chief Johnson and these guys don't hear that enough. So I'm going to move over and let you get some pictures with just him and all these firemen here, and then we'll invite the council if they'd like to come around, and we'll all get a picture with Chief Johnson.
So you gotta get closer.
Yeah, close ranks, guys. Close ranks.
Don't even get friendly.
That's fine, I'll try to just for everybody else. At this point.
Okay, now if the council wants to get in, before y'all leave, let's give the council opportunity to get in.
All right, yes.
Way to go, Chris.
Woo! All right.
Thank you. Hey, let's hear it again for Chief Johnson.
And thank all of y'all, and really thank these men and women behind me. They are the true reason that keeps us as safe as we can. Everybody in the community.
We'll move on to item number 6, emergency services reports. Item A, the Summerfield Fire District.
Summerfield Fire District reports the following for January: fire-related calls 24, EMS-related calls 66, all of the calls 46, for a total of 136 calls. 6 child safety seats were installed. February fire-related calls 15, EMS-related calls 64, other calls 45, total calls were 124, and 6 child safety seats were installed. The Guilford County Sheriff's Department report for January was 198 calls, 14 cases reported, and February 112 calls, 14 cases reported. 3 stolen vehicles from Greensboro and Eden were located throughout the month near Circle Inn Motel Home Park on Summerfield Road. Deputies worked with the Greensboro and Eden police departments to identify the juvenile offenders involved and determine that the vehicles were used to commit other crimes. The investigation is ongoing and multiple charges are forthcoming. That's it.
Thanks, sir. Item number 7, town activity reports for the council. Any board or committee members here like to make a public report? Okay. Financial reports. Any discussions on the financial report? Okay. Item number 8 will be a public hearing for the rezoning of RZ-07-2024, request to rezone 5 acres located at 1930 Scalesville Road from AG agricultural to RS residential. Guilford County tax parcel is number 147755. So we'll hear the staff report on the matter.
My apology for old knees. Good evening, my name is Michael Harvey. I am a planner within Focus who is providing the town with planning assistance, supporting your planning director, Mr. Justin Snyder. And I am here this evening to present this item as Mr. Snyder is not available to attend. So what I'll be doing is providing a synopsis of the staff report as prepared by Mr. Snyder, answering any questions you have, and then responding to any questions from anyone in attendance. So first, as already been indicated, we are looking to rezone a 5-acre parcel of property located in 1930 Scalesville Road from agricultural, or AG, to residential, or RS. In this particular case, we have the applicant as Royce and Sharon Madden. Within your packet, you will note that they have a document indicating that Mr. Travis Robert Ullman, their son-in-law, is authorized to represent them both at this meeting and was authorized to represent them at the planning board meeting. In your packet, and as displayed on the wall, we have a copy of your current zoning map denoting the parcel is currently zoned agricultural. There is agricultural surrounding the property with RS zoning to the east. We also have the aerial photo. To break this request down succinctly, the applicant is interested in subdividing the property in order to develop an additional single-family residence, which they cannot do under the current AG, agricultural zoning designation, because the minimum lot size is 3 acres, and there's insufficient land area to allow for the division to occur. So they are seeking to rezone the property for the purpose of completing a subdivision of the property to allow for an additional residence to be constructed. In your staff report, which I will call to everyone's attention here, you are provided with Mr. Snyder's base information, property location, the character of the area. The parcel is currently developed, as you will note, with a single-family dwelling, and it is surrounded by single-family residential land uses. We have comments and responses to infrastructure and community facilities, which I will not summarize. They're there for your review. If you have questions, I'll respond. We have an environmental assessment. The topography of the lot is gently sloping. There are no regulated special flood hazard areas in this vicinity or on this property. It's not encumbered by the special flood hazard area. As such, it's in what's defined as an X zone per the flood insurance rate map effective for this property. The property is also not located in a water supply watershed. It is located within the Reedsville WS3 general watershed area as defined by the state. Mr. Snyder has provided you with a land use analysis, which I will quickly summarize. Per your current comprehensive plan, this area is located within low-density single-family residential area. Staff has highlighted 2 policy areas, specifically Policy Area 6, appropriate housing, residential development, and 2 policy goals concerning the development of single-family residential housing in your community. Within this same section, the staff provides a statement of reasonableness and consistency. I want to remind the board, you are obligated under your ordinance and state law to adopt a statement of reasonableness and consistency. Is this request consistent with your comprehensive plan? And if so, what components of it? And a statement of reasonableness. Is this reasonable and in the public interest? Per the staff report, the request was deemed to be consistent with the Summerfield Comprehensive Plan 2010, the designation of the area being low-density single-family residential, specifically referencing policies 6.1 and 6.2. Mr. Snyder has indicated if this is approved, there will be no need for a future land use map amendment or a comprehensive plan amendment. The statement of reasonableness that has been recommended to you all by your planning director. The proposed rezoning action is reasonable and in the public interest because it is an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent and will enable development in a manner consistent with the Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residential, while still allowing slightly similar minimum lot sizes to accommodate an additional lot with minimal impact on public facilities. Now, as you will note, as prepared by the manager's office, you are going to be making a motion at the appropriate time to either rezone the property, finding that this request is consistent with the comp plan and is reasonable. Your staff has provided you the language which you're going to be using in making that motion and recommendation. If you do not believe it is consistent, you will need to identify why and make the motion accordingly. You also have the option under your ordinance to continue this matter to a date, time certain, adjournment, or defer it back to your planning board for further review. Does the board have any questions for staff at this time?
That means no.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Very well.
Does the representation of the applicant, would they like to make a comment or have anything to say? The representation in here?
Oh, no, sir. Nothing to add.
Okay, okay, thank you. Then at this time, we'll open our public hearing. If you're interested in making a public comment on this, you have 3 minutes. I'd like to ask you, if you haven't already, to please fill out one of these sheets that can be found over there at the corner, and let me know. I'm going to go through here and pull out the ones that already say comments on the planning, and call on those folks. If there's anyone else who'd like to participate in the public hearing or be heard, please take opportunity to fill that out, and you can just pass it to Mr. Rollins, and he'll pass it around. Kyle Stalls.
I'll go later.
Okay. So it's not on this actual?
No, not
okay. Ms. Perryman, you had your hand up. Is it on this matter?
I just put agenda, but I need them for both, this and later.
Okay, then Teresa Perry.
I've been up here several times about this situation. I don't know how we're going to fix this. Y'all cannot approve this public hearing tonight, this rezoning. It is not correct on the statement per our comp plan, per our UDO, page 3-39. It plainly states, number 6, review and recommendation. You have to mention the comp plan. That statement is not, the comp plan statement is not in the consistent statement. You cannot do this rezoning. You somehow need to make sure that somebody's doing this correctly before we get it this far. And there's certain reasons with why is it in the public interest. And because where it's at, that's not one of the statements that you can use under that. I don't like the fact that they didn't put I don't like their suggested motion they gave for y'all. All it says is that we move and adopt and the rezoning request. You have to state what reasoning under the comp plan, what number, and you have to state under the public interest. I'll be glad to talk to anybody about this, but y'all need to go back and look at your UDO Article 3-39. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perryman. Dwayne Crawford.
Dwayne Crawford, 1106 NC Highway 150 West. Didn't plan on bringing this, speaking on this, but when Teresa brought it to my attention, I have to agree that the by town policy, the rules that regulate your authority to act require that the statement that you do have, because we've been through that motion before where we didn't have that statement signed by the planning board and in your hands before the meeting. That statement that you do have does not refer to the comp plan. I'm going to read the statement, and I want you to tell me where it says comp plan. It says, the planning board makes a recommendation to town council to, as follows. Planning board member Collier motion to recommend rezoning case, the one we're talking about, to council for approval as presented by the applicant because this rezoning action is reasonable and in the public interest. No comp plan mentioned. Because it is an area where the single-family residential uses are prevalent and it will enable development in a manner consistent with the UDO. It does say UDO, doesn't say comp plan. And I can keep on going, but the comp plan is not mentioned in that statement as required by your ordinance. And without the authority that your ordinance requires, you guys got to postpone this and do it again. Thank you. It's not discretionary. You don't have discretion.
Anyone else have a comment for the public hearing? So now I will publicly close the public hearing. I will close the public hearing, and we'll take this matter up with the council. Mr. Rollins, every one of these that's ever been done, as long as I've been doing this, does have that verbiage when the motion is made. But I believe to that end, since the Planning and Zoning Committee has met, we do have their document here, and the vote was unanimous, right, Mr. Fullner? This is merely a recommendation to the council with no particular wording required. And we also have the staff report, and it says very clearly, staff recommends approval of the request. So I'm going to ask you and Ms. Anderson, as long as someone here makes that motion and does include, as suggested, the comp plan and the UDO connection, as I think is required. I think they're correct. Does that cover us to go ahead and be able to, these folks have been waiting since January, but haste makes waste. We can't do something if it's not right, but I think our planning and zoning merely make a recommendation to us to pass it. So their motions and the things that they discuss are amongst them. They clearly made a recommendation to this body to, and then it's up to us to make the motion and vote on it. So I don't think it's too late to be able to cover those two, I would say, very important matters. Now that I've said that, do y'all agree or disagree?
I have the exact same question.
So out of an abundance of caution, and this was done before I was here, so out of an abundance of caution, you obviously have the option to send it back to the planning board and ask them to amend their language to include that. But as the governing body, you have the ability to make the decision, consider the plan, and reference the appropriate language if you so choose.
Do we have, can somebody here access that comprehensive plan, or Mr. Forgive me, my name's Crawford. What article are you talking about in the comprehensive plan?
Well, I'm not talking about the comprehensive plan, I'm talking about your UDO ordinance.
You
John,
Which says you must.
Mr. Hamilton, we can't engage.
Well,
Leon,
amongst the
That's
council.
fine. If I could then direct to the attorney, did you hear which part of the UDO that he was referencing?
I
You didn't, it's okay, I
believe
missed
it was 3-39, but I do not have the UDO in front of me.
Well, it would be in writing in the submittal.
I just want to see what it is myself before we.
There's specific things in there that you have to reference when you're making a motion. It's very specific. very specific things.
The planning board shall provide a written recommendation and address plan consistency.
So we're going to do Article 3.
Folks, I just ask you for your patience. If you give us a couple of minutes, these folks have already been waiting 2 months. If there's a way that we can correctly get this handled tonight, then that's what we'd like to do.
Did you get a chance to look at it, I looked at it too, and, you know, it says to make a, whether it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and their recommendation that it's reasonable and in the public interest, while falls silent to that language, I think would be inclusive that they did agree that it was. There is no language in there to the contrary.
Yeah. In the past, it has specifically come from the list that's in the comp plan. You have to pick one or two things from that and say that it is in agreement with our UDO. No specifics have been required there that I remember from the past.
Yeah. So.
And I think that covers it. So Ms. Anderson has recommended out of abundance of caution to delay this another month unless someone here is interested and or willing to take on making the motion. Ms. Anderson.
So that's an option. The law requires you to consider the comp plan. I don't know what was considered at the planning board level. I don't have access to that. That's a question.
We have the chairman of our planning and zoning board here with us, as well as some members. Mr. Fullner, do you remember specifically the items that you guys discussed with regard to the comp plan and that it being in agreement with our UDO?
I don't remember specifically. We have a copy of the draft minutes from the January meeting. It should be in the draft minutes.
Yeah, that's right.
Back in 7A.
Yeah.
as a suggestion, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, might we make a motion to continue this, go on with our meeting while you all are looking into it, studying it, and if you can bring closure to this in a way that will be acceptable and legal, we can continue it later in the meeting. So we can move ahead with the meeting. Any input on that? Any discussion from the council?
I think whatever the pleasure of the board is appropriate.
Okay with you, Mr. Harvey?
Sir, I'm here to serve you in the capacity as your planning staff, so it's not up to me to say it's acceptable or not acceptable. Whatever your decision is, it's acceptable to me. So I'm going to support the council, whatever they decide to do.
Well, I do think we need verbiage from the comp plan. I think that they're correct. Unless someone else thinks differently.
Ms. Ashley, are you recommending that we continue with, or the benefit caution clause?
I don't have enough information right now to give you an appropriate guidance.
But if it references, it says 6.1 and 6.2 on here, it just doesn't say what 6.1 and 6.2 is. Why can't we just make the motion, and when we get to the 6.1 and 6.2, skip over, jump over and read 6.1 and 6.2? Because they say which ones, they just don't write them out in words. It also references the UDO ordinance. It says, is consistent with Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residential. I mean, it just doesn't give, it says 6.1 and 6.2, it just doesn't spell them out.
Well,
I have a copy of the draft minutes from planning board meeting in January, and it states that the recommendation for town council rezoning is reasonable in the public interest because the area where single-family resident homes are prevalent, and it will be enable development in a manner consistent with Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residents while allowing slightly smaller minimum lot sizes to accommodate an additional lot within minimal impact on public facilities.
the reference of comp plan there, Mr.
The
Ford?
next sentence does.
It does not
The next
Okay.
sentence does.
May I borrow that?
It's in,
It's in your packet.
Document you give it,
I was gonna give it to whoever would
It's
like to
in
make
your
it.
packet.
If y'all don't need it, then.
it's the same thing that's in our.
Actually, if I could say one thing real fast, this says, because this proposed rezoning action is reasonable in the public interest because it is an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent, and single-family homes, and that is specifically addressed in the comprehensive plan.
In 6.1.
So it looks as though that is consistent with the comprehensive plan based on trying to keep it where single-family residential uses are prevalent.
I think if you use that verbiage and articulate 6.1 and 6.2, and Councilperson Robinson has it here on her phone where you can say actually what those are and put that in your motion, I think we're good.
But you can't start the meeting until you have a proper document. And you don't have the proper
It
document.
says
we
low
do
density,
have-
single
we
family
do have-
residential. It's
We
word
do
for
have
word
the
the same.
letter from the Planning and Zoning
Yeah.
That doesn't
Committee.
So-
mention you, complaint.
Y'all make a mistake.
So I'll make the motion.
Make a mistake.
I move that we approve and adopt the rezoning request RZ 072024, that it is reasonable and in the public interest, and for those reasons listed by the planning board in their recommendation, which is consistent with the Unified Development Ordinance. Let me read it exactly as it is. Standards for a single-family residential while still allowing slightly smaller minimum-sized lots to accommodate an additional lot with minimal impact on public facilities, which is also consistent with the comprehensive plan policy 6.1. where single-family residential uses are prevalent.
Mr. Mayor, if I could make a friendly suggestion.
Sure. I do have someone making a motion. I need to let Mr. Hamilton, are you done, Mr. Hamilton? Or?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Did you articulate 6.1 and 6.2?
Well, I said 6.1 and I'll add policy 6.2.
Can you just give us the title of those for the purpose of the motion to Mr. Hamilton?
Yeah, it was from the I listed it was from the comprehensive plan, policy 6.1.
The heading.
And 6.2, a variety of housing types and sizes should be provided within the general bounds of large developments. And
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion. I have a second. Before we open up to discussion from the council, we'll hear from Mr. Harvey.
I think it would be in the board's best interest to clarify the motion if you're moving forward as follows. That you find that this request is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan in that the request would allow for designation of low-density single-family residential consistent with policy 6.1. Residential development in Summerfield should remain mostly low-density, single-family detached housing. Appropriate instances for other housing forms, such as small attached and accessory housing, should also be fostered to meet the variety of housing needs. And in accordance with policy 6.2, a variety of housing types and sizes should be provided within the general bounds of large developments. I think your statement of reasonableness, as has already been read twice, should be that the proposed rezoning action is reasonable and in the public interest because it is an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent and will enable development in a manner consistent with the Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residential while still allowing slightly smaller minimum lot sizes to accommodate an additional lot width and minimal impact to public facilities. So you have a statement of consistency referencing goals policy 6.1 and 6.2 of your comprehensive plan, and you have your statement of reasonableness.
It doesn't refer to the
Council's statement of reasonableness is conditional
Well,
upon having the proper document before they make that statement.
So, Mr. Hamilton, could you
Do that again, what he
please
said.
read?
Yeah, from memory, if you could.
We had that paper.
And you might have to assist me here a little bit. So where did you?
If you are moving forward with a motion and a second,
Okay.
you should be indicating that the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan for the reasons listed in the staff report as their recommendation, referencing policy 6.1 and policy 6.2, with those items read out. You then have to have a statement of reasonableness, which is also provided to you in the staff report.
UDO, I think you need that first part that you said, Mr. Hamilton, followed by the comprehensive plan. But the first part of what you said referenced the UDO.
That was the reasonableness thing,
Mm-hmm.
the second part. He just put it in, he just did that after the comp plan.
So-
Comp plan,
You
and
just
then-
reversed that
You're
one.
going to have to hold my hand on this a little bit. So, does someone need to make a motion to?
We need, I guess, for you to state that you're accepting this as a friendly amendment and you're going to restate your motion.
So, I accept that, and I'm going to restate the motion so that it's a friendly amendment. I move that we approve and adopt the rezoning request RZ-07-2024, that it is reasonable and in the public interest, that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan for the reasons listed by the planning board in their recommendation, specifically policy 6.1 and 6.2 of the comprehensive plan, and that it is a residential development in Summerfield, which remains mostly low-density, single-family detached housing. Appropriate instances for other housing forms, such as small attached and accessory housing, should also be fostered to meet a variety of housing needs, as well as, correct so far? As well as policy 6.2, which requires a variety of housing types and sizes should be provided within the general bounds of large development. And that it is reasonable for the same reasons listed in the sample report, which include that the proposed rezoning action is reasonable and in the public interest because it is in an area where single-family residential uses are prevalent, and it will enable development in a manner consistent with Unified Development Ordinance standards for single-family residential, while still allowing slightly smaller minimum lot sizes to accommodate an additional lot with minimal impact on public facilities. I think that's the motion. All right.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion amongst the council?
Well, I think that it's a great idea to have extended family living close to you and next door, and I think that's part of what small town is about, and rural with family support. I think as a council, we have looked at policies that weren't followed before and call people out for it. So I can't support this until we get it right. We can't change a policy or bend a policy. Well, I'm terribly sorry. I can't support it.
I think the only difference in what he read is that he read out 6.1 and 6.2. It states in the packet 6.1, 6.2. It just didn't write out what 6.1 and 6.2 are. I don't know that it says in the policy that it mentions the UDO, it mentions the comp plan, and it mentions the specific numbers in the comp plan. It just didn't write them out. And I don't think that the policy says they have to be written out. So I think we're good.
And while the statement from the planning board doesn't specifically say the words comprehensive plan, the language is reflective of the substance that you would find in it.
Ms. Anderson, have you had a chance to divulge or critique, think about, I have a few minutes, can you make any type of recommendations now? Or can I make a recommendation? We have a special call meeting in a couple of days and get this rectified.
That's certainly an option.
So we could defer consideration?
Absolutely. As Michael mentioned, one of the options is to punt this to a date certain time in the future, essentially having another public hearing.
Next Tuesday?
Mr. Van
If we continue it, I think we've already had the public hearing. If we continue it, we
Right.
just come back and.
Mr. Manager, what do you think?
I think I'd follow the advice of legal counsel, and just to make it clean, a special meeting, I think would probably be the cleanest. That way we have it, all the T's crossed and all the I's dotted.
And if they give us a new statement that's inclusive to that language, does that require though another public speak?
No. We're just continuing.
Okay.
We're continuing. We would pick up from where we are here and go forward.
And of course, I think what Mr. Crawford has argued before is, particularly the October 2023 text amendment, I think that's what he was referencing earlier. This is just like that. I think he's saying, and he has said before, that if it's not correct, then you can't even start the meeting until it's correct. So if we decide that it's not correct, I think that would be a half measure rather than a full measure.
Well, if that is determined, we would have to renotice the public hearing and start over from the beginning.
Ms. Anderson, one more question. Does the planning board, is their statement okay as is as long as we have all of our ducks in a row in our motion? Or do they need
It's
to have?
difficult for me to comment on the planning board's meeting when I don't have the minutes in front of me. I wasn't there, and I hate to give you a rash judgment call without all the information.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm in favor of Town Policy Motion 8, defer consideration on the specific topic to a later time, which would hopefully be a special call meeting in the very, very near future.
It has to be a date, time certain. because you've already adjourned the public hearing, you would have to select a date, time certain to retake
Okay.
this matter up.
Friday, March 14th at 3 o'clock,
I cannot do that.
4 o'clock.
Mine would have to be later. I could do after 4, say at 4:30 or after.
4:30.
We just need a majority of council. I'm in Asheville for a funeral.
I can be there.
I can be there.
I can do it.
What time, Mr. Hammer?
4:30?
You say you could be there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we'll have a special call.
Oh, I believe you can, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you can just recess until Friday at 4:30.
Okay, recess.
And at the end of tonight's meeting, you can recess until then.
And then continue this meeting on the 14th.
Yes, sir.
And then you don't have to renotice it? Or
That
do
way
you
we
have time?
don't have to do any special, you know,
Okay.
the public is here, the media is here, and they will know. So you'll recess tonight, you will not do a motion to adjourn, would be the proper way to do it.
Okay.
And of course, Ms. Anderson, if it looks as though that it was done correctly, then you'll have to contact us too to let us know, because it wouldn't be renoticed if it was
Improper.
improper, yeah.
Correct.
Any other discussion?
We have a second.
We had a motion and a second, so we're just going to fail that. motion.
Can you
Yeah,
withdraw?
I'm qualified. Is there any other discussion at this point? And I'm going to have to ask Ms. Anderson. Ms. Anderson, I got a motion and I have a second.
So, vote.
How do I dispose of that? I can
24.
I can call the question. But if everybody,
You can call the question, or the member making the motion can withdraw.
I'll withdraw it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I'll withdraw it.
Withdraw it, okay. And that's good? I've never done that before.
That's fine.
That's good?
Tim, could I have my papers back?
Was this your paper?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you.
These two? No.
That's the only one I got. It was already here. Okay. Item number 9, public comments and responses. If you sign up for public comments, please come up, give us your name and your address, and then your 3 minutes will begin. We'll begin with Mr. Shaw.
Kyle Stahl, 7823 Wilson Farm Road. This will be really quick. I just wanted to thank the leadership in the town for the thank you luncheon that we had a few months ago. Thought that was great. It was good to see so many people came out and really get an idea of how many hands have been involved in just, keeping things running over the last few months, and how many citizens were willing to come out and dedicate their time and their energy and their backs to working on things. And also just wanted to mention, I'm with the planning board, and at our last meeting, it was mentioned that we may have public comments as part of planning board meetings in the future. General comments, if you have concerns over planning or zoning, if you haven't gotten your fill of that in the last few minutes, you're welcome. Reach out to the planning board and just, express whether or not you would be supportive or interested in that. So this is just another venue for citizens to come out and, have a few minutes to discuss things. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stahl. Gail Dunn.
Gail Dunham, 5805 Stowe Hill Drive. Thank you to the zoning to reinstate the miscellaneous minutes that they offered at the end of the meeting. I'm glad to see that back on their agenda. Couple of things, just general. I think it's time to retire the banners on the light poles. It's expensive, They get torn, it's a safety distraction, and town employees on 12 and 14-foot ladders to fix them at time to time is probably not a good idea. I requested a full disclosure of all contracts with Freeze and Nichols. I don't think you even realize how much money you've given these consultants. I would ask that you avoid any appearance of conflict of interest, whatever it might be. Just avoid any possible conflict of interest. And at the January 2025 meeting, the council and manager decided to deliberately withhold the plan to create a separate maintenance department. They decided that the lecture would be good enough, and I don't think that it was. We had nothing in, you all had it, but the public had nothing, and we still don't have anything. There's a lot of questions about this. It's a lot of money. It's a major thing that you're going to double the town employees, that you're going to double the taxing and spending. I think you have to go along with this. There's 5 pages of budget amendments. And there was never a public time for anyone in the public to ask questions, and people would have a lot to offer. I think you should have a list of all the town properties. I don't think you're even aware, and some of them could be handled differently. You never talked about the contract. There was no Math 101. The town's not the federal government. I am requesting that you hold a public hearing for budget amendments with reflecting these 5 pages and a public hearing about what you're creating with in-house maintenance department, what it's going to cost. Give the public an opportunity with a public hearing to ask some questions. They might have some really good suggestions. We have a lot of smart people in the town, and they're not allowed to participate, and I think that's wrong. A list of all the town properties. So I'm requesting a public hearing for these budget amendments and to discuss and to have accurate information. And be sure you give the citizens, I think it was definitely wrong to deliberately exclude us from the handout. The comp plan, I strongly support the comp plan. I don't think it's that obsolete. It is the only document that had citizen participation. And with Bandera, I think it's time to get Bandera complete. Every week you're telling me how you're going to do it cheaper. Make Bandera the most important thing. And I'm totally opposed to this water tower on the aquifer.
Ms. Dunham, your time is up. Rachel Rayfield.
That's the other problem. We only got 3 minutes. You're not.
Ms. Dunham.
You're going to have a luncheon, but what we really should have like is the extra 2 minutes.
Ms. Dunham.
Rachel Rayfield, 7514 Whitaker Drive, Summerfield. As a taxpayer and resident of Summerfield, I have some questions that I'd like answered regarding the January 14th Town Council meeting.
Ma'am, would you hold up 1 second?
Sure.
I am so sorry.
You're fine.
As fast as 3 minutes I
I mean, I talk kind of fast, but not that fast.
Well,
Closer to it.
I may have to.
Don't kiss her, man.
I got a phone.
Nope.
I'll just do it with my phone.
I can use my phone, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like.
I got it. I'm good. Sorry, Ms. Rachel, begin again.
Do I need to say my name and address again?
We got that.
Okay, good. Okay, regarding the January 14th council meeting, who gave the manager authorization to investigate the issues with the former staff? Why was the former staff never contacted regarding any of these allegations? Out of all of the possible contacts in the state, why was disgraced former state auditor Beth Wood chosen to do the investigation? How much did our town and our tax dollars go towards paying for this? Who contacted the media outlets prior to the January 14th meeting? Why were Mayor and Councilman Doggett not told of Ms. Wood or her report before the meeting? Why was Beth Wood allowed to make her presentation during a public meeting and not in a closed session? Regarding the February 4th special call meeting, is this investigation that was authorized then complete? When will us as the town hear of its findings? Our money paid for it, so we should know what the results are. And how much did all of this cost us? This money being spent is not the town council's money, it belongs to the citizens. Personally, I would like to stop spending money on attorney fees and frivolous investigations, but on items that would benefit our entire community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think I may have it.
Okay. Beth Kaplan.
Beth Kaplan, 7979 Highfield Road. I was told on February 14th, 2024 that our formal town manager's contract was unfair to the citizens of Summerfield. And then I was told, don't worry, we won't miss a beat. We are missing many beats. Since that time, our whole staff has resigned, our attorney resigned, our lobbyist resigned, our auditor resigned, and many of our volunteers have resigned. We are taking $120,000 from our fund balance to cover admin salaries for the rest of the year. That's over what we already budgeted. We have a witch hunt orchestrated against our former town manager and finance officer that appears to be headed up by our interim town manager and finance officer. We're going to have a finding on our audit because the same interim town manager finance officer seemed incapable of picking up the phone to discuss bank reconciliations with our former finance officer. The town has missed many beats with the de-annexation of almost 1,000 acres. The town will now stand by and watch the development being built with no control by the taxpayers of Summerfield. The town is missing beats with its inability to finish or even start any of its capital projects. And we think will be a good bet for future grants. All I see are tax dollars that we are spending with nothing to show. With proper leadership and vision, we could have been a success story on how our town moves on after facing tragedy. But that isn't happening. Instead, people respond to me about how sorry they are that I live in Summerfield. With proper leadership and vision, we could be moving forward in a positive and exciting way, but instead, the Council of Four is killing Summerfield. Thank you.
Leon Stokes.
Leon Stokes, 6911 Maynard Road. I'm a 25-year resident of Summerfield with 42 years in IT and software development. I'm here to address concerns about the recent preliminary audit of the town of Summerfield. According to firms like Robert Half, Indeed, and others, financial auditors require integrity, professionalism, attention to detail, and strong IT and math skills. During the council meeting on January 14th, 2025, Beth Wood of GWI Tax and Accounting presented a preliminary report orally, followed by a written report on January 15th. And part of that oral presentation and in the written report, she claimed a June 10th, 2024 backup had 119,000 gigabytes less data than one from January 1st, 2024, calling file deletion the biggest issue. Anyone with basic IT knowledge would say 119 terabytes, not 119,000 gigabytes. Akin to saying an $85,000 truck cost $8,500,000. This suggests ignorance or an intent to exaggerate. The report lacks details, what kind of backups were made, storage locations, custody, details beyond, all of these are details beyond one day's audit scope. Yet it was made public without interviewing implicated employees or contacting the former IT contractor. Despite Wood admitting more investigation is needed, so why not wait for a full inquiry? If auditors need integrity, attention to detail, and IT skills, this report falls short. I ask, why publicize a sloppy, detail-lacking preliminary report? Why imply wrongdoing without proof or interviews? Why not consult the IT contractor about alleged deletions? Making this public was at best reckless and unprofessional, or worse, a vendetta to smear former employees. It is incomprehensible that the town's attorney at the time would approve making this report public, thus making defamation lawsuits possible. A competent approach would have been to privately assess the report and, if warranted, commission a thorough independent investigation and publicize only proven wrongdoing. Since this did not happen, I urge this council to commission an independent investigation based on its findings, either publicize proof of wrongdoing or exonerate and apologize to those implicated.
Sure. Judy Bastian.
Good evening. I'm Judy Bastian, 6101 Four Oaks Court. I've lived there since 2009. I am here because I care about Summerfield, and I was appalled to hear the specious allegations and behavior by certain members of the town council at the January town meeting. In the past, Summerfield has always been supported by its residents, staff, volunteers, and elected officials. I am here to acknowledge our friends and neighbors, the former staff, volunteers, and contractors who have worked so hard for Summerfield. What has happened? Since May 2024, there have been 24 departures. Volunteers: Clark Doggett, Planning Board member; Jane Doggett, Trails and Open Space member; Vicki Bridges, Finance Committee chair; Alan Abrams, Finance Committee chair; Bruce Peterson, History Committee chair; Jim Butnow, History Committee member; Gary Brown, History Committee member; the late Trudy Whiteacre, Planning Board member. She was not reappointed with no reason given. Kathy Rooney, Planning Board member; Mark Brown, History Committee, Founders Day, Town ABC liaison. Staff: Scott Whitaker, Town Manager; Jeff Goward, P&R Director; Brad Rentz, Planning Director; Dee Hall, Finance Officer; Cheryl Gore, Events Coordinator, Assistant to the Town Manager; Sarah Tibbetts, Town Clerk; Daniel Baer, Enforcement Officer; Rick Biggs, part-time P&R; Yeager Nance, part-time seasonal park employee; Tanner Nance, part-time seasonal park employee; Mason Winfrey, Deputy Town Clerk. He worked 1 month before leaving in February. Independent contractors: Bob Hornick, Town Attorney; Cynthia Randolph, CPA, the Auditor; and James Hoffman, Town Attorney. 24 people who worked so hard for this town, and it's got to change. It's gone on too long, and I mean, when people hear I'm from Summerfield, they have that look of they're so sorry, and I don't like it. And you are stewards of this town, and I look forward to more transparency, more public comments, listening to the citizens who have important historical information and can help you be good stewards. So thank you for being an elected official, and I look forward to progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Church, Brown.
Church Brown, 6204 Morse Creek Drive.
Summerfield Town Council's majority 4, Jonathan Hamilton, Linda Vaney, Janelle Robinson, and Heath Clay, are an embarrassment as they have prioritized personal vendetta over the town's well-being. Instead of governing responsibly, they have engaged in relentless character attacks on former town manager Scott Whitaker and finance officer Dee Hall. In February 24, the majority 4 decided not to renew Scott Whitaker's contract, despite Scott's 12 years of dedicated service to the town. Claiming they found a loophole in his contract, the majority 4 forced Whitaker to take legal action to negotiate a severance agreement. Only after months of wrangling and spending thousands of taxpayer dollars on attorneys was an agreement negotiated. The mistreatment of Whitaker triggered the resignation of all town staff. Rather than acknowledging the crisis and proving himself as a leader, Jonathan Hamilton issued a press release in which he arrogantly stated, and I quote, "I'm certain we won't skip a beat," end quote. During an August 23rd town council meeting, Hamilton also said, and I quote, "With the de-annexation, I feel as though that's more of a threat to be used as a bargaining tool. I don't know exactly how much fight he actually has. I am against David Couch," end quote. Thanks to the majority 4's underestimation of Couch, our town lost 1,000 acres, lost control over how this acreage will be developed, and will forfeit an estimated $550,000 in annual revenue when the villages of Summerfield Farms is fully built out. In January, the council paid Dana Luther $125 an hour and disgraced State Auditor Beth Wood an undisclosed sum to conduct a baseless investigation into Whitaker and Hall. This has set the stage for counter lawsuits, certain to cost Summerfield taxpayers more money. Let me offer a few examples of character defamation of Scott Whitaker and Dee Hall by the majority council of 4, Twig Rollins and Dana Luther. 1. Twig Rollins has claimed that Dee Hall failed to pre-audit contracts. His direct quote is, and I quote, "I haven't found a pre-audit stamp on any contract that I've come across yet from the old administration," end of quote. This is a criminal allegation, and unbelievably, Hall's public records request for copies of any contract she had not pre-audited remains unfulfilled by the town. 2. During Beth Wood's January presentation, Linda Vaney asked, and I quote, "How do we get our money back?" End of quote. This, of course, assumes guilt without any proof. 3. Janelle Robinson and Dana Luther have accused Whitaker and Hall of withholding passwords when they left. This is incorrect, as the town's IT company confirmed Whitaker and Hall appropriately turned over all passwords and Apple IDs. There are many more examples I could reference, but I only get 3 minutes. In summary, this council, driven by revenge, is recklessly wasting taxpayer money, smearing dedicated public servants at the likely cost of counter lawsuits against the town, and ultimately endangering Summerfield's charter. Our town deserves better.
Patty Stokes.
My name is Patty Stokes, and I live at 6911 Maynard Road here in Summerfield. The agenda for a special called meeting on February 4th included item 3A, reviewing investigative auditing proposals from GWI Accounting, where Beth Wood, former state auditor and friend of town manager Twig Rollins, is a partner. However, Mr. Hamilton immediately proposed tabling it, stating, "I don't see any reason to go there yet until we have complete and accurate data." When pressed, he reiterated the need for a full picture before moving forward. Well, shouldn't there have been a full picture of complete and accurate data before Beth Wood presented findings from then interim town manager, finance officer, and disgruntled former employee Dana Luther at the January 14th council meeting? Using inflammatory and legally risky terms like sabotage and data deletion. Meanwhile, one of you contacted the media in advance to make sure they were here to cover the spectacle and broadcast the accusations against former town manager Scott Whitaker and finance officer Dean Hall. What's especially ironic to me is that Beth Wood and Twig Rollins have some pretty dark shadows in their own closets. In 2023, Beth Wood resigned as state auditor after being convicted of using a state-issued vehicle for personal use, including multiple trips to spas, shopping centers, and salons. A year earlier, she ran not into but over a parked vehicle after attending a holiday party, and then she left the scene. She was convicted of hit and run, leaving the scene, property damage, and an infraction for unsafe movement. Rollins' professional background is riddled with red flags. 5 jobs in the last 5 years and at least a dozen in the last 20, ranging from mattress salesman, insurance salesman, deputy sheriff, emergency services worker, and most recently code enforcement officer for about 1.5 years, county planner for 9 months, and finally manager of the tiny town of Magnolia, population 950, for just under 1.5 years. Notably, he did secure a 30% raise there within a year, and soon afterward began hunting for a new job. He just doesn't stay long. His financial history is equally concerning, with a string of judgments and liens for unpaid taxes, bad checks, debts to individuals, businesses, and the NC Department of Revenue, tax liens that were suddenly paid just days after he started working for the town of Summerfield. Despite this, Rollins' troubling professional and financial records were apparently deemed by some council members to be acceptable, while efforts to publicly tarnish Whitaker and Hall's reputations ramped up. So what's the deal? The only conclusion I can draw is that pride, arrogance, and anger have blinded you. The entire town staff under Whitaker so strongly believed that he was unjustly fired, and furthermore, that it was egregiously wrong for the majority of you to try to renege on the severance package he was entitled to per his employment contract, that every single one of them resigned last May. You didn't see it coming, and you've been on a witch hunt ever since. You've also left the doors wide open for a defamation lawsuit.
Pam Topernall.
Pam Chopinall, 6800.
Pam, I'm sorry, could you pull that mic down? I'm having a little trouble hearing. Thank you.
How's that?
That's better.
Pam Chopinall, 6800 Brookbank Road, Summerfield. I'm just flabbergasted with just hearing what Patty said. When I learned what was paid to our town attorney for just 2 months, I was really curious about what the rest of the legal fees look like. From April through June of 2024, just 3 months, the town wrote checks to lawyers totaling $195,391.50. $130,100 of that was paid to our now departed town attorney, Jim Hoffman. He charged the town $3.75 an hour with no limit. Talk about a contract not being favorable to the town. I wonder who negotiated that contract. From a PRR, I gathered the following information regarding the town's legal costs. These are not annual costs, but the town paid these amounts from April through June of 2024 to 8 law firms. There's a 9th law firm, but I'll address the cost of that later. The town of Summerfield paid $195,391.50, as I've said. $130,100 to Jim Hoffman, town attorney. Ramseur Maltsby, $21,975. Maynard Nexon, $19,937.50. Nelson, Mullins, Briley, and Scarborough, $6,525. Elliott, Morgan, Parsonage, $5,000. Constantine, I believe is his name, Brooks, Smith, and Prophet, $4,520. And Wamblewan and Dixon, $750 for land planning related to the de-annexation. And finally, $6,584 was paid to Bob Cornick, our town attorney, until April. And number 9, Robinson, Bradshaw, and Hanson. They were hired for an evaluation of the legal rights in acquiring 1,000 acres that we lost during the de-annexation. To date, council has neither disclosed their costs at the time they were hired, nor have they reported on the cost to date. Is this inquiry ongoing? Have they finished? If so, what was the results? Or how much longer is it going to go on? How much more is it going to cost the town? It should be noted that Councilman John Doggett did vote against hiring this law firm.
Why should anyone have to submit a PR to find out how our money's being spent and for what? For fiscal year 2022 through 23, the proposed budget for contracted legal fees was $125,000. And that's all.
Thank you.
Chad Rader.
Hi, my name is Chad Rader, 5403 Summerfield Road, Summerfield. I came to the last town council meeting a couple months ago with a couple purposes. One was to share my appreciation of some of the progress that had been made at that time before we had a maintenance committee on the park. Specifically, it was about Summerfield Community Park behind us. And then also, of course, I was there wanting to get citizen involvement, and with whether it's the Open Trail or Open Spaces and Trails Committee was the request, or some other way, especially considering the amount of the deforestation that had happened across the street. And seeing all of that going on, wanted to intervene. Now I will say, I'm very pleased that we haven't cut down a bunch more of the park since the last time we were here. But, you know, obviously there's no action yet on getting citizen involvement, and I was told that our town manager did not want citizen involvement for that because it would get in the way of work. I asked for anything beyond base condition, which means major changes like cutting down significant portions, not just doing things like repainting something that needed maintenance. So my request back again is, please, it seemed to have a positive response last time, but again, no action. So I'd like to ask for that. Now, I would be remiss, having witnessed what I saw last town council. I was shocked as a citizen coming in. It was incensing to see everything that happened. So whether it was ramrodding through, bigger government, commitment to taxes, town council members didn't know about all the maintenance department that was going to be brought in, felt like it was just bullied through. Request to have more time, but no, we got to do it now. We've already got people lined up to get hired. We got to go. We got to go. We got to get a bigger, bring in everybody to create a more urban environment so we can have big, giant baseball tournaments here and more traffic and more people and spend more money. And that was disappointing. That was very disappointing to see the town council not take a step back and keep things. I thought I elected some of you for keeping things rural, and here we are. Go, go, go. If it's about bigger government and more commitment to need to spend more tax money, why don't we do something like just be transparent and let us know? Now, the other part I was flabbergasted, and let us know that this is about not being a paper town. It's about making us look better. I'm running out of time, but I was flabbergasted. You've heard all the part around we got a convicted criminal coming and doing an audit of our town who's violated our ethics. And I mean, I remember all that on the national and state news, and that's embarrassing. And then in summary, basically, you got the 1,000 acres is gone. So why don't we focus forward instead of backwards? Why are we going after blame? Why are we trying to blame shift? It's gone. Let's move forward. Let's look to the future. I need you guys. You're here to lead us. You're here to take us to saving our town. Okay? We've got the rest of the town to save, and the vultures are circling. They want to annex. They want to take it. So please do what you were elected to do and lead us forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Mr. Rader. Emily Rader.
Y'all, I am Emily Rader, and I live at 5403 Summerfield Road. I've been there since 2004. On January 14th, 2025, at the town meeting, Beth Wood advised the council, put your policy and procedures in place to protect the town against the kinds of things I'm reporting to you here tonight. Afterwards, in the same meeting, Mr. Rollins and Mr. Coons stood before you and sold you a new in-house maintenance department. The council adopted it on the spot without giving citizens a voice in the matter. What's more is the town manager and council ignored Beth Wood's advice about creating and implementing sound policies and procedures. There was no discussion of maintenance policy and procedure that night. During citizen comments on 1/14/25, my husband requested the community park be returned to citizen oversight. A few days after the meeting, Mr. Doggett was respectful enough to inform us that Mr. Rollins resisted returning the park to citizen oversight because Mr. Rollins didn't want to get permission from citizens every time he wanted to paint a wall. I assert there is a difference between maintenance and projects. Any facilities manager will assert the same. Going beyond base condition maintenance should rightly involve citizen input. Without accountability and proper policy outline, our new maintenance department is ripe for mismanagement, financial corruption, and ethics violations. Back in December, Mr. Rollins and Mr. Kuhn failed to consult with citizens, committees, knowledgeable professionals, and environmental agencies before clearing the park of native plant species and wildlife habitat. It was mismanagement. But the council majority chose to protect the new town manager from scrutiny instead of heeding the voices of the citizens they were elected to represent. An experienced town manager would know not to conduct projects in this manner. In February 2024, when the council majority ended our town's contract with Scott Whitaker, Mr. Clay said he felt that Whitaker's contract was unfair to the town. We were not given specific reasons why it was considered unfair. Considering Mr. Rollins' failure to follow Beth Wood's advice on the importance of policy implementation, his resistance to citizen engagement, and his mismanagement of the natural passive park, citizens deserve to review Mr. Rollins' resume to determine if his contract is fair to us. On behalf of the citizens of Summerfield, I request Mr. Rollins and the council share his resume with citizens so that all questions about his competency, experience, and education can be answered and dispelled. We deserve transparency. Thank you.
Lexi Klein.
Lexi Klein, 7966 Highfield Road. I'm sure most of the people in here know that I'm John Doggett's daughter, but I'm just going to clarify that because Jonathan Hamilton wants to bring it up every time he addresses me after my public comment, so I thought I would get that out of the way so he could actually address the things that I'm saying. I do just want to also add that constantly harping upon my relationship to Councilman Doggett is a poor and obvious way to sidestep the issues that I continue to bring to the attention of the council, but I'm going to get to the real reason I'm standing up and speaking out today. It may come as a surprise to many of you, but government cannot function when transparency is treated as optional. It's not a privilege for a select few. It's a fundamental requirement for every elected official sitting in the room. Yet, time and time again, we see situations where some members of this council are left out of discussions, denied critical context, and expected to vote on issues without full access to the information that they need. That is not governance, that is manipulation, and that is completely unacceptable. Every single council member here was elected by the people of Summerfield. And when you deliberately sideline one of your colleagues, you're not just dismissing them, you're silencing the voices of the residents who put them in this seat. That is a direct insult to the democratic process and to the people you claim to serve. You don't have to like every council member sitting here. In fact, I know that many of you don't always get along, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with them, but you do have a duty and obligation to respect the fact that they too were chosen by the voters. And by extension, their voices deserve to be heard, their perspectives deserve to be considered, and their access to critical information must be equal to everyone else's. Governing behind closed doors, withholding information, or making decisions in silos does nothing but breed distrust and dysfunction. And let's be clear, a fractured council does not just hurt the officials, it hurts the people of this town. If decisions are being made with only partial input, then those decisions do not reflect the will of the people. They reflect the will of a few. That is not democracy, that is not transparency, and that is not acceptable. Some might argue that not every discussion needs to involve every council member, that sometimes certain issues require a limited scope of involvement. But here's the problem. When those limitations become habitual, when the same voices are consistently excluded, it stops being about efficiency and starts being about control. And that is not how representative government should function. The residents of Summerfield deserve a council that works for them, not one that plays political games or picks and chooses who gets to be informed. The people are watching, and they expect better.
Teresa Perryman.
All right, Teresa Perryman, 7401 Greenlawn Drive. I was up here also in January, and I would requested that y'all investigate to what happened to my $1,500 on that fee schedule. And I just wanted to update y'all on what I've heard, because I think my statement is please don't tell me, we'll look into it. So I wanted to update y'all, let y'all know what I've heard since then. I think y'all get the point now. I really would like to know what happened to my $1,500. I still want my fee schedule heard, and I would like for it to be done soon. And the second thing was the $1,500 and the ANY Trail. Again, if it's going to be eminent domain, in 2013, when it first came to council, they said, we will start this if it doesn't take eminent domain. I hope y'all still will consider that, and it be no eminent domain on this trail. I don't think that's going to be, I think you're going to end up having to do eminent domain. So I hope y'all don't, and just go on to the next project. Thank you.
This concludes everyone I have signed up for public comments.
Gentlemen, I wasn't going to speak, but I've been inspired.
Danny Nelson.
All right, my name is Danny Nelson, 2500 Pleasant Ridge Road. I wasn't going to speak, I'm not a good subject speaker, but we got a group of people here that knows me, knows of me, and people make comments. Danny, what are you going to do next with the town of Summerfield? Now they're on a different side. Everything's been against the other left staff. I knew the staff, I worked with the staff. I was here before the staff, the old staff stuff. As soon as it left, I jumped in. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got evidence in my phone, and I'm going to withhold it until you get this so-called threat of a lawsuit coming. Because I got evidence that shows y'all don't know what you're talking about. What a great staff we had. I jumped in. Ms. Stokes, you've thanked me many times for what I was doing. The Veterans Memorial, the Town Hall, no end to it. And then you get up here, talk about how great it was. I went down there, I've seen the results. My tax dollars that all these people talk about has been paying for a bunch of people in the previous staff that I've personally witnessed when I jumped in as a volunteer to see what a sorry job they was doing with my tax dollars. And our town manager should have been overseeing all that. He didn't. The parks director, he should have been making his guys get up and pick up these parks and do all this other stuff. And like I say, I'm not going to reveal the evidence because you're threatening a lawsuit. But I'll certainly produce it when the time comes. It was left in a mess. And I have heard, quote, Miss D. Hall, it's in perfect condition. You should have walked to the park after they left. They've been sitting on their behinds over there somewhere, taking my tax dollars, having nice breaks, and collecting a regular salary. So evidently you don't know about it. Laugh at me all you want to. I may get booed out of here. But I've done seen it. I've lived it. You wouldn't want to live in your house, on your property, from what I seen and what I experienced and what I dealt with when the previous town staff left here. And I'm gonna tell you, I seen it, I've got it, I know it. So brag all you want to, we did start over, and y'all don't like it. All you want to do is just praise the people that didn't do the job. I lived it, I seen it, I'm gonna stand by it, and I'll keep it. And when the time comes, I'll show it. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Mike Crawford.
Dwayne Crawford, 1106 Tennessee Highway 150 West. I want to respond to a bunch of things, but there's been too many things said. There's just too many things to talk about. So I'll start this way. Just because they say it doesn't make it true. And just because they say it doesn't mean they told you the whole thing. One thing I'll touch on, I would touch on just a couple of things. It talked about the manager not getting his severance. Well, per the contract, it was in there, 100% agreed. But didn't that contract expire? When a contract expires, is it still enforceable? No. So, was he due the severance? Per contract, it was dead. So, no, he wasn't due. Did a lot of talk about past this. We'll talk about Scott Whitaker in particular. You see me get up here, and I'm sorry for the people that have to wait. I don't like making people wait because of that rezoning thing that didn't happen today. But I'm a stickler for the rules. Rules have to apply. Even if you don't like me, even if I don't like you, the rules need to be applied equally, and they need to be applied as written. Go back to your October 2010 rezoning, the commercial rezoning for the David Couch property. I challenge anybody to go back and find where that rezoning cited the recently adopted comprehensive plan. It did not. It did not. Mr. Whitaker knew that. He tried to amend it at the following meeting after the rezoning was complete. After that was done, he went back and asked our council to adopt a statement that said it was pursuant. That's illegal. He can't do that. Scott Whitaker's not everything that some of these people make him out to be. There's a lot more to that Scott Whitaker than you're being told here. I'm going to stop right there and finish with this. I wanted to say this earlier, but it's a little too late now, but I think you should have probably pushed that rezoning tonight back to the planning board, which our town planner said was an option for you to do. And that way the town planning board could complete the document that had all the required statements, give it to you, and there would be no way to challenge that. I think that would have been the appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Don Mandelkin.
Don Mandelkin, 3406 Windswept Drive. Heavenly Father, I just pray for everybody here. Everybody's got an issue, a problem, dislikes. But Lord, you can straighten it out. You just need to wake all of us up, those for, those against. Moving on, the 1,000 acres. I hear it quite often. That 1,000 acres was gone before this new council got in place. The mayor was there, he was trying to work it out, and the old council was trying to work it out. All the meetings before all this, and David said, I'm done, and he went to Phil Burker. It was done. You can keep blaming the Council of Four, as I keep hearing and seeing places. That's not the case. This has been going on for years, but it's okay. You want to blame someone, you need to look in the rearview mirror. That's what I would say. Second thing, elections, they do have consequences. Staff changes occur, and I'll go immediately, whether you like Trump or not. As soon as he went in office, what are they doing? Him and Elon. They're fixing things. They're getting rid of people that don't go along what they want. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody has to do that. I'm just saying, when you have new people in charge, it happens. So my simple answer is, you got to get over it. You may not like how it goes, but that's just the way it goes. Politics is politics. This town does not belong to one group or the other. It's Summerfield. We can do all the personal attacks we want here. It don't do a bit of good. Now you wanna wait till the final audit review that everybody's mad about. Was it handled right? Town attorney said it was okay, so legal said okay, so who do you wanna blame for that? You can blame anybody you want, but if legal counsel was conferred and they agreed, they said let's do it, then that's the way it goes. So I would say, whenever that final audit review, if nothing comes back, so be it. Then it's clean, then we move on. And there's the threats of defamation, whatever it might be. It takes a lot to prove stuff like that. You know, comments to make, politicians say a lot of things. Everybody up here said a whole bunch of things, very demeaning, very, very demeaning. But you know what? We all got to grow up and move on. So this is Summerfield. So good luck.
That concludes our public comments. We'll have time now for council, manager, attorney, as needed or necessary to respond to the comments.
I heard a couple times people talk about transparency, and I would recommend anyone that has questions about things that are going on, reach out to a council member and meet up at town hall and have a conversation about it.
Ms. Dunn.
It's one thing to say whatever you want on Facebook, but it's another thing to meet in person and have a conversation about it and ask your questions and give us the opportunity to answer your questions. If you don't reach out to us and ask us, and you just make assumptions about how we feel or what we think, I just don't think you're giving us the opportunity to be transparent. It's nice to finally see some people for the first time face to face. I don't believe we've ever even had a conversation or met or anything, but
We have.
I would love
Over
to.
Facebook years ago and a couple
Okay, well, I would love to sit down with those of you that have concerns, and I'm sure that anyone on council would. Meet with you at town hall in a public place so there's nothing threatening or greasy about it. And for no reason, just to sit down and.
Strange messages. You were not transparent about what you wanted to discuss with
I'm
me.
open to discussing whatever you want to discuss, whatever questions you have and whatever you want to talk about. Let's meet up at town hall. It's a public place. There's other employees there. We can sit down at the conference table, at manager's office, wherever you want to meet at town hall and have a conversation about it. So if you want transparency, I would challenge you to reach out to any of us and set up an appointment and let's talk about it. And a lot of these questions that were asked are great questions and we can answer them for you. I'm not hiding it, just you've never came and asked me the question. So you're welcome to do that.
Did Lynn get her information about the Eagles?
Ms. Rader, I can't, it's not time, yeah, I'm sorry. It's not time for the audience now. It's time for the council to have opportunity to respond. Ms. Devane.
I wasn't done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish.
There were a lot of things that could be addressed, but the one other thing that stands out to me is that the mayor and Mr. Doggett did know in advance about the third-party auditor coming in to do it. So whoever's saying that they didn't know or that we left some counsel out, they did get a phone call about it, and they knew about it in advance. Would you like to, do you disagree? Or no, we don't have to.
I can speak to that, yeah.
Okay. You may not have known the depths of it, but you knew that someone was coming in to look
That's
over it.
exactly right.
Yeah, okay.
That's exactly
So
right.
to say they didn't know about it isn't true. I didn't know the depths of it either. None of us knew the depths of it. We just knew that a third-party person was coming in to look over everything. And they knew just like we did. You can okay. John, did you know?
I knew that somebody was investigating. I didn't know anything about I asked about the report and was told that I'd find out the same time as everybody else.
Same.
Did you see the report ahead of time?
First
Did
time
you
I
see
saw
the report ahead of time?
First time I saw it, Councilman Robinson, was when we all got it. In fact, he got it before me and then I got it.
And they got it before me.
So we all found out about the report at the same time, and we all knew that a third party was going to come in and look over some things that were found. Or, I don't know, I don't even think it was that. We just knew someone was coming in to look over something. But I didn't know what was going to be looked over, just the same as Tim and John didn't. So we were all equally None of us knew about any of that before the others.
Are you addressing me?
Not at all.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I have my, I can't.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
Okay.
I'm just, in general, it's been said many times that they didn't know and they did know.
Okay.
I did not know what she was reviewing, what she was doing. On the day of the council meeting, I talked to Mr. Rollins 3 different times and went in his office and was told it was just it was a labor, had something to do with overtime, and we get the report that night.
Then you knew more than me, because I didn't
know that.
I didn't know when the report
I'm
came in.
just telling you what I was
Okay.
told. Very little of what happened that Tuesday night had to do with overtime.
Okay.
May I speak now?
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Perryman, I know we can't have a conversation, that's fine. If you can get me your materials about your, I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
1500.
Yes, then I will try to look into that for you. Just be patient with me, but I will find the time to do it.
And actually, just so you know, I hadn't forgotten about that either, but we have a new attorney coming in, so that was on my to-do list to give to her so that she can get that stuff, because she is going to have to look into that. That's going to have to be town attorney involvement there. I didn't mean to cut you off if I did.
No, I just wanted to let Ms. Perryman know that I will try to be the front runner on that for her.
Also, there's a lot of familiar faces here tonight, and I've noticed there's a lot of hostility towards the current administration. There's been a real focus on exiting members, but not real acknowledgement of the incoming folks. And we've had some great people come in, and real excited about that. Charles Rollins here, Ashley Anderson, Terrence Johnson's on one of the committees, Robbie Gaines, and then a lot of folks stepped up. We had Don Delkin really did a lot of things for us when we needed folks. Danny Nelson, is he still here? Mm-hmm. Oh, there he is. Man, again, he's just been a blessing. Priscilla Olenek, we had a lot of folks come in and help us, and I've noticed that the local media has focused more on the folks that has exited than those folks that stepped in. And every administration has changed, and I'm just happy for all of the new faces and the people that we've got. Really excited for it. So, thank you.
Any other comments? Council, manager, Ms. Anderson?
Oh, come on, Ms. Anderson, don't you want to? Welcome to Summerfield.
I would just like to say that, where we are as a town is a very difficult place, and it's very discouraging to see things in the state that they are in, and elections do have consequences, and I'm aware of that, and so I run this meeting every month. I sign the checks when they call me, but other than that, I don't participate because if I share an opinion, they're most likely to do the opposite of that opinion. I have asked before, and I will ask again respectfully to the majority of the council, where is the positive? Where is this going for the town and the residents and the citizens of Summerfield? You all have the ball, and you had an opportunity to hire all these new people, primarily because of the way Mr. Whitaker was treated and some of the staff were treated. It provided you this wonderful opportunity to employ new people and do good things and positive things for the town of Summerfield. And I would ask you again tonight, respectfully, to let that staff go. And talking about transparency from a council member to one person of the community is not a reflection of a joint transparency. We have a responsibility to all the citizens of Summerfield to be transparent. prior to this administration, when I wrote something on behalf of the town, I shared it with everyone before sending it out.
That's not true. No, no.
I did.
No, you didn't. You put out letters last time
I
without us ever, Lindsay
I
and
put out one letter
Okay.
in reference to misinformation that was being given out in the community.
Okay, so what you said wasn't true.
With the exception of that letter, every single letter I ever wrote, I asked for not only approval, but I asked for input from the council and subsequently took input from the council before sending those letters on behalf of the town. From a perspective of transparency, you know, you all said during the campaign, you know, this about transparency. I've been transparent about everything. The only things that I have not shared were the letters that the legal team said you should not release that at this time. And even when y'all made a fit about that, I said release them. I did not release them because I wanted to hide them. We were advised by council not to release them. So, you know, I would encourage you all to share openly, share transparently, and I would also encourage you to, you know, as Mr. Nelson said, that staff is gone. Good, bad, or indifferent. That staff is gone. Stop pursuing those people for whatever reason and let them go. And look forward and move forward with your agenda, with a positive agenda for our town. And I would encourage you and ask respectfully that you do that. All that we're doing here is promoting more legal situations and lawsuits. We all got a letter today telling us to preserve evidence in preparation for a defamation case. We all got that email. You know, we should stop looking back. We should stop looking in this never-ending witch hunt. I do not think fraud will be found. I do not think embezzlement will be found. I do not think espionage will be found. Are people perfect? I don't think anybody here is perfect. People do make mistakes, but was there any criminal intent, any nefarious actions by those people? I don't think so. And I've stated that from the beginning. I would encourage you all to stop this IT forensic pursuit because it is getting ready to go to another level of expense. And we just continue to pour good money after bad. We are delaying the future of Summerfield, and the people of Summerfield deserve so much more than what is currently being delivered.
Mr. Mayor, were you referring to the council and every bit of that, giving us advice and instructions? To make sure. You were referring to us.
I'm talking about the whole situation.
Yeah, because you said let the staff go, but I don't know what you're talking about. Could you be a little more clear? What are we letting them go from?
Please move forward.
The pursuit.
Come on.
Pursue the what?
Yeah. You know, I'm not trying to get in the weeds of this, but if you want to, I will.
Okay, excuse me,
I'm
Mr.
trying to be professional. I'm trying to say, just please stop. Y'all got the ball. Take it and go forward.
Stop
and do
with
good
what?
things for the town.
Stop. I'm being as serious as I can. Stop with what? I know. I mean, I feel like
When I start, the can is open.
Well, I mean,
and I'm trying not to call y'all out.
Okay.
I'm trying to offer you nice, respectful advice.
So,
That's all this is.
so
Please
we
move
have,
forward and let's get on with this
and of
agenda.
course, it looks as though to
Hey,
me,
excuse me, folks. Thank you. Just the council.
it looks as though to me that I think these are talking points that you're trying to get maybe some of your friends to parrot later on, because it's definitely not true. No one's trying to get anybody. But what we are trying to do is to make sure that we have data integrity, things that the courts have told the former administration are necessary for us to do.
Then, Mr. Hamilton, would you please tell us why we let Scott Whitaker go?
So,
Yes.
I
Just
may,
answer that one question.
Mr. Mayor.
No, you do not have to do that.
so,
Mr. Mayor and council, please indulge me for a minute. May I caution you in your discussions right now could be used in any legal proceedings.
and I worry that Mr.
I
Mayor
said
is
the same thing in January.
trying to do that.
No.
Mr. Mayor, I do
I
want
was
to.
not.
So,
It's
Mr. Mayor,
very
I
obvious
have
I was
something
not.
Then
on
why would you
different
ask a question that you
topic
know that we
to
can't
say
answer?
yes.
You mean you're asking a question that you know
I
that
have
we're
the
not
floor
allowed to
now.
answer?
Mr. Van.
Thank you. Okay, so we want to hear some positives about the town. So I've jotted down a list. It's all over the place. We've had volunteers to step up and help out wherever needed. One in particular volunteer is Jeff Bacon. He came in, he helped out, he's still there. He is amazing. He will do whatever we need. He's been helping with the PRRs because we know that they were behind, and he got them up. They're a little bit behind now, I think. I'm not sure where that is. But anyway, he leads an example of being a volunteer and giving to your community because you love it. Ms. Rader, I had a question about Eagles because someone else had asked me. I see her as an environmentalist. I reached out to her. She gave me the information and I passed it to that person, so thank you very much. Jen Kelly is our new finance officer. She has a new program, and forgive me, I don't know, this is not my wheelhouse, but where one hand is talking to the other and it consolidates everything and it makes everything easier for her to run her program so we get better reports for us and you guys to see. Greg Fox, he jumped on board on the as a newest planning board member. Maria Adams has jumped on board for Founders Day. Our past town attorney, his leaving, he went to DC to be number 2. That is a star in our crown for our citizens and how revered they are. We should be proud of him for being able to do that. And then we have a wonderful new town attorney, Ashley Anderson. Let's see, Bandera Park. That's so exciting. I think we have some good news to share for everyone in a little bit. I'm so excited about that. Jeanette Docker, she is bending over backwards, doing all kinds of stuff behind the scenes and helping with Founders Day and just whatever the needs are, she's just always there. She pops up. She's like a little fairy running around. Coon and his department, if you call that man, plan to be on the phone for 30 minutes because he loves his job, he loves what he's doing, and he cares about this town, and he cares about the kids and getting them in activities that are positive. Chief Johnson, we just acknowledged him tonight as Fireman of the Year in our small town. I mean, we did not think that might come from Charlotte or Mecklenburg County or somewhere else, but we have the #1 guy in our town. We should be so proud. Next April, I'm crossing my fingers and we should have it, due to some t-shirt design contests and community involvement, we're probably going to have 2 resolutions for youngsters in our community who have devoted their creativity and their time to our town as well. We need to be proud of that. We need to raise these kids up. Hands on Summerfield's coming up at the end of the month. That is an opportunity for all of us. Lay whatever is hard on your heart down and come out and work together. And I guarantee you, if you get with somebody you don't know, by the time you finish that project, you're gonna be glad that you worked with them. And it's an opportunity for our, like I said earlier, our school and staff and council and everybody to work together. The men's group is very excited to help out. Okay, that's it. I'll stop my thoughts. Thank you. Just be
Thank
positive.
you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to clarify to make sure that you were not referring to the citizen input that they have every right to do and to give us, but you were referring, your address was to council. And let me say, I'm appalled at what you did. And I am in 100% disagreement in just about everything that you said. I've tried for over a year to work with you. You can shake your head, sir, but I'm beside myself right now on the lack of professionalism that you just showed.
Let's move on, please. Say number 10.
Any other comments?
I agree with you, Mr. Clay, without a doubt. And I'll notice that, you know, the folks that are laughing, and there are people out here laughing, are folks that are not a fan of yours politically, Mr. Clay, or mine when they laugh. I do think there is, without a doubt, there is an echo chamber that has been tried to be used to amplify things to get the wrong narrative out. I do believe that 100%. The town, I am very excited about the administration we have. We've got a great administration. I'm very proud of the people we have, and I'm excited about it.
Any other comments? Item number 10, manager and council updates. Mr. Rollins, do you have anything there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Pleased to bring the manager's update. I have several items. First thing is the A&Y Trail. There's 5 permanent easements that is needed for this trail to come to fruition, and they have reached out to make contact with those 5 individuals. One property owner has agreed to work with the town on that. There's only 4 more needed to secure all the permanent easements, and that process is underway through a specialized company, easement assessment company, that is working on that. The second thing is Bandera. Mayor Pro Tem, I would let you let the cat out of the bag there, ma'am, but Bandera, we did value engineering. We had a subcommittee of Councilman Clay and Councilman Devaney. We met with all the different grant funding agencies and the engineers, and we were able to value engineer from $6.2 million to $4.6 million. We just got that email. We're expecting the construction documents this week, so it's getting very close to going out for RFPs in the next 90 days for Bandera. So that's exciting that project is moving forward. On the water project, we had some correspondence over the last month with the State Historic Preservation Office. They wanted to clarify that the integrity of the historic district was kept in place with a water tank being there, and I think we satisfied all their needs, so that project's moving forward. I also was party to a joint call with the engineers firm from the A&Y Trail and the water, because there's some overlays where the projected trail would go and water lines, and they were coordinating to making sure that all that would happen, that we wouldn't disturb the ground twice if both projects go forward, so that's positive. Hands on Summerfield, I just want to say, we're meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning at the fire department. If you sign up, you're going to get details. We need you to sign up because you're going to get a t-shirt. The idea is you'll break up with a team leader. All the tools will be there. All we need is a good attitude and a cheerful mood to go out and beautify our beautiful community. Part of the projects are at the school, part of the projects over here. We've got a project for everybody. We'll break up, we'll go out for 3 or 4 hours, and then the fire department's been gracious enough to cook lunch for everybody. We'll have lunch, and you'll be dismissed. So I encourage you to please go to the town website. It's anybody from 12 years old or older, 12 years or older. So that, and if it's a child below the age of 16, they need a chaperone. Okay, so very excited about that. The signs, kind of where we're at the signs is we have a sign design company working. We're trying to get the signs on the right of way where we can get encroachment agreements with DOT. The reason being for that, buying land is expensive, then you gotta add survey, and then you gotta add easements and legal fees, and it's very expensive, and it's not the best placement of where we want the signs on entrances. So right now, we're working with DOT on encroachment agreements, but they have a specific design. It has to be a breakaway sign. So we're working with the sign company on that, and they're looking at some materials and stuff to come up with that design. Hopefully, I'll have something by next month to present to council, so that we can move forward with that will satisfy DOT and satisfy the vision of what those signs were. So that is making progress. The last thing is IT forensic audit. I've been asked by probably 20 people in the last 2 days. It's not done. They did, as of yesterday, I was party to a call between our current IT vendor and the forensic IT company, and they were lining up to give them secure access to the server to continue to do their forensic audit of the system. They've been doing individual PCs and Macs, or trying to. Some of them they've had to try to what's called brute force. That is, we don't have passwords to some of them, and so it's a program that basically sits there and churns until it finds the password. It'll go through 100 million passwords, believe it or not. I didn't know that. So that project is moving forward. Hopefully it will be finished, and we'll have a report from them after legal counsel reviews anything at next month's meeting.
Do you need anything from us to give you, do you have, is the budget currently satisfied the need?
They did relay to me that currently they're getting to the top of their retainer. And so, you know, there may be some consideration. Council wants to authorize some additional funds. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come back to you for them to complete that IT audit. But I don't have any results. Let me say that. I don't have any results of anything as of yet.
How much did we authorize in the last one?
10,000 was the retainer.
And this is to make sure that we have everything that the town is supposed to have?
That nothing has been deleted off of the system.
Okay.
And is part of the reason that they're running up, or a lot of the money's being used is because we don't have the right passwords, and it's taken long for the, I'm sorry, the word.
That is brute force. That is part of it. It will cost more money if they have to brute force. They have to put more time in it versus, I mean, you can just imagine rather than going and typing a password versus using the machinery and time to monitor that. And then the number of devices.
I'm assuming we've asked the employees for the passwords?
Not directly.
This may be a...
Can we ask? Or did they leave the passwords when they left? Did they leave the passwords to their computers?
I don't have any passwords in my...
None that you've located.
Mr. Sessions, I thought at one point in time you said you would be able or might be able to get the passwords. Could you please do that?
I can ask. That's all I can do, is ask.
Do you mind asking?
No, I need to know specifically which ones and what you're talking about.
All the individual PCs and Macs that the employees have.
And the Apple ID or something.
And just get a comprehensive list of what you need down, and let's get it. And then if we need to come back in here, we'll do that. But with that being said, I almost want to make sure that we don't have to keep coming back. Would you prefer to go ahead and have us authorize it in case you need it, if you can't get it, or do you want to just wait to come back?
Let me clarify. I don't need it. So
No. I mean to complete the job that is to be done.
I'll throw this back at you, Councilman Hamilton. If you want the project to come to close sooner than later, it's better to go ahead and authorize additional funds.
Do you have an idea of how much?
I would say 5,000.
All right.
But y'all would need to authorize that with a motion like you did last month, and for that to come out of fund balance, if that's
Is
y'all's
there
pleasure.
not something, Lord, I just looked at all these numbers. I thought on one of the line items there was like 14 something. Remember? From January. Is there?
Okay, so that was what you're referring to, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, is that the auditing budget for the year, we had $14,000 left over after Mr. Brewer conducted his financial audit.
Okay.
And the discussion was had, if my memory serves me correct, that if we needed to have Ms. Wood's firm, GWI, do further, that money could be taken out of. Her estimate was if she had to, or y'all's pleasure was to continue on, that would be about $12,000. So the discussion was, there's money still in the budget to cover Ms. Wood, if you want her to take the next step. However, there was not money in the budget for the forensic IT audit. And you authorized $10,000 last month as a board,
But
as a retainer.
If we're not using Ms. Wood now and we have that line item in the budget, can we pull 5 from that and move it to that line
Sure you
item and not take it out of fund balance?
You could, you already have that for audit purposes. And if you have, depending on what this shows, something or nothing, you might need that for.
But it's 14, so that get us to 9, so.
But what was provided to us last time was 12, I think.
12 was the estimate by GWI, which
So
is Ms. Wood's.
You had to pull out general fund balance if you decide to go with the additional audit.
I'm still gonna pull it from the line.
I like that idea too, Lynn. And if we need more, to pull more over when we get to that step, then okay, but for now, it's already in the audit.
Mr. Rollins?
Whatever y'all's pleasure is, all I need is a motion to.
So we'll need a motion to move that. Well, Lynn, do you want to do that then? Like that motion?
But he's guessing at 5,000, so if it goes 6,000, we'll be right back here. Why don't we get an estimate before we start moving the money?
Let's get as much done as we can. If they're gonna be working till we see them next time, if it's more than
Keep
5,
going.
you know. So Lynn, if you want to go ahead and make the motion.
May I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
How much has been spent, do you know?
I just know his retainer was 10, and he told me he was getting close, that he would soon go, that 10 would have to stop.
And what you said was he has been looking at the individual PCs and now they're moving to the server?
Yes, sir.
And they're already at max, they've already spent?
Close to the max. Yes, sir.
And
And that includes the phone?
Yes. He's looking at PCs and the phone.
is there estimated turnaround time that they provided, that if we provide additional funds, that they, another 2 weeks, 30 days?
30 days.
30 days? I don't wanna come back, like Mr. Doggett said, but I don't wanna be waiting around. It's already been out there. We gotta use Mr. Sessions' word. We gotta get this done and see where this thing goes so we can move on. I agree. I think I'm agreeing.
Which one, are we moving the money or are we from the?
I'm fine with moving.
So I make a motion that we move the money from the auditor line item to the IT line item. I don't know if I have those headers right. In the amount of $5,000 so we can move forward and hopefully close this out in 30 days.
Have a motion, do we have a second?
A second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion?
I'm not comfortable doing this. We're spending money on stuff we don't know what the cost is, we don't know how far this is going, and we just keep spending money, I'm not comfortable doing it.
And I can't imagine that we wouldn't vote to make sure we have everything. So.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
motion carries by majority.
Do you have other business, Mr. Manager?
No.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the AMI trail, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I know I've been bugging now. I thought that they were going to try to have the 5 people that we were going to have to get permanent easements from. I thought that those were going to try to be done by today. I know And I understand, by you telling me, I think yesterday, that, Jeff is with the fire department, at the fire department with the board tonight meeting, because that's one of the 5. So does that mean after tonight they've only met with 2? And when do they anticipate meeting with those other 3 residents?
So Jeff's been on vacation, so it's been a little slow on communication back and forth. He informed me that the assessment company was trying to make contact with those 5 property owners over the last week to 10 days. He sent me an updated email that they have been able to get the one that definitely said, yes, they'll work with the town. The other 4, they were having issues getting lined up for a meeting, had not scheduled those meetings, one-on-one meetings. Just a point of clarification, we do not need the fire department to have this project to move forward.
Okay, thank you for.
I thought one of the permanent easements is on their property.
No, not on the fire departments.
Thank you for clarifying that. The other thing is, I know that we're, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're almost at 75% engineering.
Correct.
So, with that said, can we put a pause on that temporarily, not for a long time, maybe for 30 days, just so that we can get these meetings done?
That's a
Put the
question
pressure on them.
I really would like to ask the engineering firm what the connotations of putting that project on pause until we get an answer back.
These are big checks.
Will we get an answer before our next meeting, or by our next meeting?
I could probably have an answer by your recess meeting on Friday, assuming y'all do recess to that meeting on Friday to take care of this zoning issue.
So are they gonna be able to meet with all 4 of those before Friday?
No, ma'am. Let me clarify. What I said was I would have an answer whether pausing, what the connotations of pausing the project until they met with the other 4 permanent landowners.
Are there other things happening simultaneously?
Yes, they're trying to get up with them and meet with
But I
them.
mean, other than that, is there anything else happening?
They're doing engineering documents and moving forward behind the scenes. It's kind of a double effort. One's trying to get the easements and the other one's moving ahead with the engineering documents.
But those are huge checks.
Understood?
That's why it'd be nice to make sure, I think the worry, is that if it requires something like eminent domain, which I don't think anyone wants to do, we don't want to be spending money on them doing some things if we know that it won't come to fruition.
I understand what you're saying, Councilman.
But we don't know until they actually talk with those other people.
And
So
that's
we're
why
supposed
I
to
kept
be,
asking for it to be done by today.
well, you can ask, but there's a reality in the ask, and
I know.
Well, they had said they were gonna try to get us letters of intent by today. They had told us that. But they knew legally they couldn't have everything worked out, but they were gonna try to have letters of intent from each of the property owners by tonight.
is that right?
That is correct. They just haven't been able to get up with those those landowners to arrange a meeting to discuss about the permanent easement.
But if they only started 10 days ago, I'm not fussing at you, but if they only started 10 days ago, and you gotta work everybody's schedule, plus their own schedules where they're out of town or whatnot, they should have started in January when we asked, and they didn't. And that's another reason why I think we need to pause. I feel like we're doing everything that we said we would do. We're trying to get the citizens to be involved and speak. And, but I don't feel like I feel like they're pushing through no matter what, and I don't like it.
What can we do to encourage them to move forward?
Move forward with,
Property acquisition company meeting with the homeowners.
Yeah.
I will be on the phone tomorrow to express the board's displeasure at the pace that that's going.
Do you need further council support?
No, this time I just ask that you let me report back to you Friday, and I'll have an answer what the connotations of pausing the project is and what their response is to your displeasure at the speed of their trying to get those easements.
And I think that would be, it's just the focus should be there, because if it turns out we can't get them, then we need to really rethink things.
Let's do it. If you need, let us know every day if you can.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Thank you.
Item number 11, old business.
Sorry, can I back up 1 second?
Sure.
So if I understand, water's moving, at this point, right now, water's moving forward, Bandera's moving forward, A&Y's moving forward. All those projects are moving forward right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
What about how much they cost?
We've,
Item number 11, old business. Hearing none, I'll move on to item number 12, new business. Item A, Mr. Rollins.
Pause for just a second, give Councilman Doggins a second. I would ask that I may call on Mr. Harvey to kick in on this particular item here in just a second. Just indulge Mr. Doggett for a second. On Senate Bill 382. Okay, so item 12B is a resolution opposing basically. 12A, I'm sorry. 12A. I was looking at 12A is a resolution opposing Senate Bill 382, which is downzoning. That's the bill that our planner Justin Snyder gave y'all an update in January that we're watching that along with our planning partner in Focus Planning. That was a bill that was passed in an omnibus bill, and it has great connotations to every town in North Carolina. And during that omnibus bill, it was passed with a bunch of other stuff for hurricane relief. The people in the planning community feel like that if the legislature would have just considered that downzoning, they would not have passed it. So what this is a resolution opposing downzoning, and if approved, Mr. Mayor, if the board approves this, then we would be able to forward this on to our state legislature saying we oppose downzoning and that particular bill.
Has other towns signed similar resolutions?
Yes, sir. It's my understanding there's a lot of towns in North Carolina that are doing resolutions very similar to this. Mr. Harvey.
Just for the board's edification, there's approximately, as of today, 23 to 24 special bills going before the General Assembly to either exempt county, because this affects counties, municipalities, this affects the application of zoning, period, for any unit of local government. I'll explain a little bit more about what it is in a minute, but right now you've got about 23 or 24 bills that have been filed to exempt specific counties and or municipalities. There is one bill that would repeal the standard. The resolution that you've been provided asks that either the amendment to NCGS 160D 601D be repealed or that you all be exempt from complying with this provision. Now, to remind you what this provision does, if you, as a unit of local government, are going to adopt a ordinance or map amendment that has the effect of downzoning property, changing land uses. If you have a property that's allowed 50 land uses, you rezone it. That property is now allowed 49 land uses. That violates the provision of this statute. You can't do it. It's not legal. If you alter the density of property, meaning you lower the, or you increase the minimum lot size requirement, so I as a property owner could subdivide property 3 times to create 3 lots, but because of a rezoning, I can only do it twice now. That is no longer consistent with the provision of state statute that was amended in December. You're also not allowed to create nonconformities without the consent of the aggrieved parties. So if you're doing a wholesale rezoning in Summerfield, just to give you the example, you would need everybody's permission impacted by that rezoning to go forward. If you don't have it, you cannot go forward with that individual, but it also calls into question the legality of the request in general. There have always been downzoning provisions in the state statute concerning what units a local government can and cannot do. This takes it to a position where you can't move forward unless you have the acquiescence of all impacted property owners. And that is not, unfortunately, realistic. This would prevent units of local government from updating their table of permitted uses to address identified land uses that have become a concern. This prevents you all from implementing any updates to your comprehensive plan, creating new land use designations if it alters the permitted uses for the current district the property is located in without their permission. So many communities have adopted resolutions opposing this language, and as I indicated, there are several local bills and one bill of repeal that are being reviewed, and we will see what happens. This language that I'm reading here is consistent with a couple other communities I've seen, but obviously we were not involved in writing this, but I'm familiar with this verbiage. It's been used a lot by a lot of other communities. This does not reinvent the wheel, and I think that this does represent your concerns to the General Assembly appropriately, and I would encourage you to consider passage as suggested by your management staff.
I have a question. So you said there's a bill to repeal and a bill to...
There is one bill to repeal the whole thing. There are about 23 or 24 individual bills to exempt counties and the municipalities in those counties, or municipalities specifically, from the provisions of 160D, 601D, which is the downzoning provision.
Is that something that Summerfield should, like, study on?
Or is Guilford County already part of it?
I believe Guilford County has submitted a bill, and you would be covered under that legislation, but I'm certainly not going to suggest you don't reach out to your state reps and have them insert a special bill for Summerfield.
Okay.
That's not a waste of time, in my view.
And that's in addition to Guilford County doing their thing?
You're just covering your bases, but yes, ma'am. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Guilford County's filed a bill, and I believe the bill would exempt municipalities in Guilford County. High Point, as an example, is located in 3 separate counties, so it's trying to coordinate to ensure that similar bills filed for all 3 counties, because it could mean that portions of High Point located in Randolph or Davidson would still be covered by the provision of the statute.
If we were to request, is it better to be exempted or repeal? Exempted?
I think you're hoping for repeal. I think that that's not practical. I think you need to take your next step and request exemption. I think you're adopting this resolution encouraging repeal or that you be exempt, and I think that's positive, but I think you all need to take steps to protect your community appropriately as you see fit with your state reps.
Okay.
I'm not convinced the Senate is going to repeal. And I'm only one planner of about 100 working on compromise legislation, and my involvement has been minimal because I'm working with the municipalities I serve directly.
Any further discussion? If someone would like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion. I move to approve and adopt Resolution 2025-002, resolution opposing subpart 11K of North Carolina Senate Bill 382 for the town of Summerfield as presented.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Here now we'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Item B, Mr. Roll.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. So 12B is a resolution for y'all's consideration. So let me give you a little bit of background. Guilford County is pretty unique. They got special legislation approved some time ago that they could do legal notices on their website versus the old paper type of advertisements, legal advertisements. And in that special legislation, it also authorizes the towns within Guilford County to also advertise on the website versus in the newspaper. In order to do that, the statute mandates that we have a resolution from the board stating that, so it's a big cost savings. When we print legal notices in newspapers, it costs a lot of money, anywhere from $300 to $1,000, depending on the size of the notice and how often. We'll now be able to advertise, comply with the law for like $10 per advertisement. What we would do for the citizens is we'd put all of our legal notices on our webpage, which would then point them to the Guilford County legal notices page. So this resolution is just authorizing us to start doing that immediately. And it is required for us to start doing that.
Question, this would not change us, our responsibility to notify citizens within a certain area of something. We still have to mail those folks?
Yes,
Yes.
especially around zoning, that still has to be addressed.
This only deals with newspaper publication only. Sunshine list still goes, individual mailing still goes. It cannot affect any of those.
Thank
Or signs.
Any other discussion? Someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Can I ask a
Oh,
question?
yeah, sorry.
If this is adopted, are we able to put the Guilford County website legal notices as a hyperlink on our town useful links page?
Yes, sir. And we would do that.
Okay, sorry.
We would just need to contact our.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's all right. I just, I don't understand why we wouldn't still do both, because a lot of these people know to go to the newspaper, look for things, and they're still going to the newspaper, and maybe somebody doesn't have access to the website or something to that nature. I just think if we're worried about transparency and everything, we need as much information out as possible. I don't see a reason to stop the newspaper. This, I think, is a good addition to, but I just don't see stopping the newspaper.
We don't have a local newspaper anymore.
But news and records, I mean, that's what we're talking about, news record, yeah.
This allows us in lieu of, but it does not prevent us from doing more if we want. That would be a decision for you all.
The biggest driver for this is the cost savings. That's the biggest driver. It's a tremendous, when you're going from a minimum of $300 down to $10 for legal notices, I mean, that's the driver behind this, is the cost savings.
And we can start to advertise too, that these notices are on that website.
Absolutely.
I see John's point though, and I wonder like how many subscriptions are there in Summerfield? Are there still hundreds of people that get the paper? Yeah, I don't know either, so that, I think maybe we could approve this as an addition, but I would be interested to find out how many people in Summerfield still get the paper. If it's next to nothing, or maybe, but if it's still a substantial number, then I think that's a good point.
And how would we find that out?
I would,
I know one person who gets the news and record in Summerfield.
is that you?
And that's my mom.
So maybe we could look into seeing if we can find out from them how many people in Summerfield have a subscription to decide if we keep doing that route as well.
And I'm for that, I mean, her mom's a good example.
Yeah.
It's not, I don't think the younger children or kids, people are getting the newspaper. I mean, it's all online, but the older people, our older generation, are probably still using newspaper, because that's what it was, I mean, that's what it is.
I think in lieu of our local paper no longer being in existence, this is a good first step in what you take.
And if folks complain, I guess at that point that we can always push into the news and record. Hey, Lynn, did you make your motion?
No, I got.
Okay.
I'm ready. Are y'all ready?
Let's do it.
Okay. I move to approve and adopt RES 2025-003, publishing public notices on the Guilford County maintained website in lieu of newspapers.
Have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Motion and second, further discussion?
Does it need to see, I'm just saying in lieu of,
Yeah,
so that means we're taking out the newspapers, so,
yeah,
But we have the option.
We don't have any.
but it doesn't,
no, it says in lieu of.
in lieu of newspapers, so that means then we're not gonna do news and record.
No, it simply means that we don't have to do it. We can, if we fail doing a newspaper, we've still met our legal duty because we've decided we could do it in lieu of. We can do addition. We
Okay,
could do it, nothing prevents us from putting signs up places either.
okay.
But of course, we have to give Mr. Rollins direction on what we're doing, so at this point, it looks like we are replacing it.
We are.
I was gonna suggest later, like, well, we always post out here and at town hall too, and there's a lot of traffic here at the park to see the notices.
And this gets us
Compliant.
compliant.
Compliant for newspaper publishing. Still have to send letters, still have to post, still have to put out signs, all that.
In lieu means that we're not doing paper.
Means we don't have to.
No, it means we're not. So this conversation we
In lieu
had
of.
about the newspaper means we're not doing it.
In lieu of, but I don't think it is you cannot do it. It's just like, we could now put up signs anywhere we want with newspapers. We can do the same thing with newspapers.
But the conversation was that we were going to do this in addition to newspapers, or try to investigate about newspapers. And it seems to me if we put in lieu of, then we're not going to investigate newspapers.
We don't have to do it. We do not have to do it. We can add to it.
Then what?
This is for
I
our
don't know what
legal,
word.
in lieu of, for our legal obligation. In lieu of, for our legal obligation. Once we pass this and we've met the requirement of the county, there's a process we gotta go through. Once we do that, we no longer have a legal obligation in lieu of the newspaper. But it's about the legal, in lieu of, it's about the legal obligation. We can now just publish on Guilford County, or we can also, in addition, post a big sign out over Harris Teeter.
I don't think that we're the only towns that is doing this, because when I got on the website, I saw like Stokesdale, and
Stokesdale,
I think maybe
Curtisville,
High Point,
High Point.
we're not the Mavericks, we're not blazing the trail, there are other,
We're behind.
okay.
Stokesdale's been doing it for several years.
So I don't think that prevents us still to instruct our town manager to look into the possibility of the newspaper. I mean, we can absolutely say that at any point in time.
It does.
But this gets us compliant like other towns.
In lieu of is simply shifting the legal obligation, not a, you can't do anything else statement.
So Mr. Rollins, if you hear complaints about it, let us know.
Any further discussion? Call the question, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 12C, Town Fiscal Year 23-24 Audit Report. Mr. Brewer, thank you for your patience this evening. I know this has been very interesting, and maybe you'll come back next month, but we'll turn it over to you now for your presentation.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask if the pleasure of yourself and the board, if we could take a 5-minute recess? We've been going for almost 3 hours. I think we may need to use the restroom right quick before Mr. Brewer gets started.
Okay?
I can make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to have a 5-minute recess.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, see you all in 5 minutes.
I hope it's been a while to get that. She just said, y'all never take a recess? I was like, not normally, we just go through it.
That's so pretty. She
Yeah, appreciate your help. Very appreciative.
Going through, so it's required to do is be coming back with your later.
Staying alive. That is true. Y'all take care. Y'all have a good one. See y'all.
I made so many mistakes in there.
Original plan that I had 2 years ago. In that hall. Well, I don't doubt for your patience. And Mr. Rollins, do you have anything to introduce here prior to Mr. Brewer coming, or?
Mr. Brewer, as required by the North Carolina General Statute, says we have to have an independent auditor to audit our financial audit every year, and so Mr. Brewer signed a contract to do that with us, and he's completed the audit. He has his presentation per North Carolina General Statutes he has to do, and so Mr. Brewer.
I think it's also important to know Mr. Brewer's a big bluegrass fan, so we have that in common.
Absolutely. Good evening.
Good evening.
It's so good to be here in the wonderful town of Summerfield. Sorry about that. First thing I want to do is thank the mayor and the board for allowing me to be your auditor this year. And want to remind you that I work for you guys. Okay? A little bit of my background. I worked for Eddie Carrick for 18 years. Specializing in auditing not-for-profits, municipalities, power companies, things of that nature. I got kicked out of the nest here a couple years ago. He's 10 years older than me, so now I have to be the boss man. But in any case, I've got about 25 municipalities, and I'll specialize in populations less than 5,000. So I'm uniquely equipped to understand the needs of small municipalities. Okay, you know, I see the same problems everywhere I go, the same, mostly the same things that happen. Because when you're small, you have smaller budgets, smaller staffs, less expertise. So we understand those things. Okay. So that being said, I'd just like to invite you, anytime you have any questions, concerns, my door's always open. Give me a call. A few months ago, I got a phone call, and well, actually the day before, I was actually talking to my peer reviewer, and he was talking about things and talking about Summerfield, and I really didn't even hardly know what was going on, and the next day my phone rang, and it was Summerfield. I said, oh no. So anyways, I looked at so I asked, talked on a while on the phone, and they seemed to really understand governmental accounting and what was going on. So I was curious, so I requested a copy of the audit in the last couple of years and a copy of the general ledger, and I looked at that thing for 3 days. And I said, you know what? It's a good little town. Healthy. Man, this thing looks good. So I wasn't scared of it. I've seen about everything there's seen, so I said, hey, I'll take it on. So anyways, it was a pleasure. Okay, very healthy, looked really good, really clean when I got here. Okay, so that's just a little introductory, and my presentation is twofold. Okay, the first part of it is about the numbers, and I believe I handed out, everybody's got a guide. See this guide right here? Should be back in there. And the second page, 1 through 5, starts this colorful part. Now that colorful part, that's the second part, that's the required part that I have to do, okay? So, 2 parts, going over the numbers. After that, then we're going to go through the required parts, going through indicators, okay?
Is that can we follow it in the regular printout here? Or is that separate?
It is not in the packet. It was not in the packet.
Okay, so for the audit binders, before you start on page 1, you'll find the opinion. And the town of Summerfield received an unqualified or clean opinion. And what that means is that the financials before you, they fairly represent the books and records of the town as of June 30th, 2024, based on our audit procedures. And right after the opinion, starting on page 4 through 12, is a section that's called the Management Discussion and Analysis section. And this section is written in more layman's terms. It talks about where the town is, a little bit about where it's been, and even a little bit about where it's going. Now, this is a good time to remind you that your audit is a public document. Any of your constituents can come in and request a copy. And because the MD&A is written in a more layman's terms, that's always a good place to point them to start, okay? And right after the MD&A comes the exhibits, which is very technical, governmental accounting, full accrual, first two exhibits, modified accrual, the last exhibit starting in 3, 4, 5. Right after the exhibits is the notes, and after the notes starts the schedules, okay? So the schedules, that is the heart of it. The exhibits is really the technical audit. The schedules in the back, that tells you the story, the detail behind the exhibits. So that's where I want to go over the financial highlights. Starting on page 38, the general fund, or you can see it right here at the top of your guide, okay? So first thing we notice is that ad valorem tax collections showed an increase of about $14,000. Next, we see that local option sales tax goes up about $2,600. Other taxes such as franchise tax, ABC distribution, beer and wine, and solid waste was up about $70,000. Grants was down about $234,000. Investment earnings, they were up about $187,000. Now I wanted to point that out because for years and years and years, I never got to say anything about investment earnings, okay? So the town of Summerfield's investment earnings increased $187,000 in 1 year, which is wonderful. So I would encourage everybody to take advantage of those interest rates while they're high, okay? So you guys brought in $187,000 just on interest. That's wonderful. I want to point that out. And next we see that miscellaneous revenues, they were up about $165,000. For a total revenues were up about $209,000 for the year. As for the expenditures, expenditures were also up about $1.3 million, mainly due to increases in salaries in the general government, planning and zoning, and cultural and recreation departments, as well as increases in capital outlay in the general government, cultural and rec, and the community services and committee departments. For the year, revenues were less than expenditures in the amount of $280,000 versus a profit of $867,000 in 2023. And I'd like to point out that 2023 was a year that you got $666,000 worth of COVID money, okay? So it kind of skews that 2023 number because of that great big COVID money grant, okay? Another point of interest is unassigned fund balance. It calculates to be 195% of current year's expenditures, and that's compared to 490 in 2023. Another highlight is your collection rate is well above state average at 99.72. Now that says a lot about your constituents and how they pay their property tax, because 99.72 is very enviable of everybody else. That's great, and that's very important, because when you guys are, when it comes to budget time, you always want to start with revenues. You've got to start with revenues, or you'll have trouble. Start with revenues, and having a collection rate of 99.72 gives you a good, confident foundation to start the budget process, okay? So I wanted to point that part. So that's a 30,000-foot view of some highlights on these financials. So if anybody has a question, I'd like to try to answer any of those questions.
And this is, just as a reminder, this is up through June 30th, 2024?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is about 8 months old. No questions? For no questions, I'd like for you to take your little hand out there and turn over to the colorful part, and that's where I'm going to start the second part, okay? Now, as you may recall, LGC will no longer be issuing unit letters, okay? This is our 4th year, and it used to be forever and ever. When we got done with the audit, we sent it to LGC. They run it through all kinds of different analysis and performance. And if they seen a problem, if they seen a concern, they would send a letter to the sorry.
Water?
Sorry. They would send a letter to the unit asking for their reply or their plan of action, okay? Now, for years and years, LGC always complained that when they had a municipality that got in financial trouble, and LGC had to get to the point where they came to town, then they were always upset that they always heard the same story. The boards didn't know. Right, that was always their complaint forever. It was like, the boards, we go there and the boards say, first I've heard about it. So, about 4 years ago, they came up with this. Okay, and it's really been working out good. It's more work on me, but it's really helped our boards to understand. Now, LGC will no longer be issuing unit letters. Therefore, the auditors are now required to report to the governing body financial performance indicators and to notify the governing body of their requirement to submit a response to LGC if there are financial performance indicators of concern, or if the audited financial statements include one or more deficiencies or other findings. Okay? So now, they basically took the excuse from the boards. And it's very, very important that boards understand where you're at financially about your numbers, but also about operational. Because really an audit's about, most people think it's all about numbers, but it's not. It's also about operational things, okay? So, and boards are always coming and going. You always have some new people. So it's important that we do this every single year and give boards some help on understanding what is a performance indicator and what is a concern. All right? So it's been working out pretty good. So the governing body is required to develop a response to the auditor's findings. This response must be signed by a majority of the members of the governing body and be submitted to LGC within 60 days of the auditor's presentation addressing each deficiency or other audit finding and provide a plan to address each indicator of concern. Right? In layman's terms, y'all got 60 days from today to address anything that's a concern. Okay? It's called a FPIC acronym. So 60 days from today. All right? So let's go over the indicators. Starting on page 1, colorful right here, I want you to understand that anything that's red is an indicator of concern. And when I say red, I'm not talking about this graph right here. I'm talking about right in the middle. Okay? It's an indicator of concern. So, starting on page 2, you'll notice the first section, and that relates to the minimum unrestricted fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. That's that graph up there at the top. For a unit with the general fund expenditures the size of Summerfield, 34% is the minimum, and the average for a unit Summerfield's size is 63%. And I want you to notice that Summerfield is at 255.73. Okay? Forever, I always got to ask a question about that percentage. They say, well, is that good? Are we good? How do we stand? Well, is that good? Are we supposed to have that measure? Well, we never had a standard. Now there's a standard that's showing us what is a concern, and that's 34% or below. what's average for others your size, 63, and where you guys stand, 255.73. So what does that mean? That means if Summerfield continued to spend at the same rate that you spent in 2024 and did not collect a cent, you could stay open for 2.5 years before you'd run out of money. Unrestricted money. That's what that means, okay? Now, before, a lot of people hang their hat on that percentage, and that is not the only thing that demonstrates your health, okay? Because that number is very elastic, it's very fickle. It goes up and down real quick depending on what you're doing that year. I see small municipalities all the time save up their money, and they got a big road project going on, so they spend $500,000 on their roads in 1 year, and they went from a 450% to 98%. And they go, oh no, we had a terrible year. Well, that's because the way you figure that is that there's a number in the top and the number in the bottom has to do with your expenditures. So it's going to kill your percentage that 1 year. And they say, we had a terrible year. I say, no, you didn't. You got all new paved roads. Right? And then the very next year, when they get to regular spending, their percentage shoots up. Right? So don't hang your hat on that 1%. Best thing to do is if you got a big expenditure coming up, you save for it, plan for it, spend it, your percentage is going to go down, it's going to bump back up the next year. Okay? So don't hang your hat on that. But that is an indicator of concern if you fall below 34%. All right? Now, starting on page 4, you can go ahead and look at page 3. It really doesn't apply to you. Starting on number 9, it's talking about electric. Page 4. Starting with number 12. This section, starting with 12, is the general performance indicators. Okay? Like I said, the audit is more than just numbers. It's also about operational things like, are you making your budget correctly? Is it a legal language? Did you bust your budget? Is your finance officer bonded correctly? Things of that nature. In other words, things operationally that don't have nothing to do with debits and credits. All right? And this is a section starting on page 4, number 12. Now, I want to draw your attention to number 14. Correct, number 16. I have my glasses on when I wrote this. Number 16. There's an indicator of concern there. It says this indicator identifies whether the unit has any material weaknesses, significant deficiencies, or management letter comments. The following are the auditor's management comments that need to be addressed within 60 days. Okay? There's 2 things that needs to be answered. All right? And I believe you'll see that you've already got the answers to those. Okay? Number 1, during the year, the original primary operating bank accounts reconciliations could not be located. Therefore, it could not be determined if the monthly reconciliations were timely. Subsequently, all the bank reconciliations were completed and accurately prepared. And even subsequent to that, which was just last month, it brought to my attention that those original bank reconciliations were found, and I did inspect them, and they were done timely. Okay, so that's part of my procedures. Is not only do I look to see if they're correct, but I look to see the date and if they're timely. The originals at the time could not be found, so I couldn't determine it. So I just had to put a comment saying I couldn't determine it. Okay? So that's already been answered. That indicator has to be answered within 60 days of the day. Okay? It's already been answered, already been taken care of. Number 2, prior to the current audit year, the town's fixed asset schedule had not been properly maintained. Prior additions and disposals were not recorded or depreciated in accordance with policy. Subsequently, the town has revised and updated its fixed asset schedule to properly reflect the town's capital asset purchases. The town has implemented a suitable system to document and record capital assets going forward. Okay, so during my audit of the numbers and of the operational things, I found that the fixed assets mechanism you had to figure to keep track with fixed assets additions and disposals were a problem. Were really a mess. You know, I believe the prior auditor had the same issue and done a adjusting entry or done a prior period adjustment to try to reconcile back that. Unfortunately, I believe that should have been done on a full basis. So this year, the whole depreciation schedule was revamped and actually put in a format of a depreciation schedule. So it is about as solid as I can see. Okay, so those are the only two indicators of concern for the town of Summerfield for the year ending June 30th, 2024.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So, based on what you just said, we now have a policy, rules and regulations to follow so that these fixed assets are maintained properly and
when you say maintained, are you saying
well, you're saying that
recorded? Or are you saying recorded?
I
or
thought you
maintained?
said fixed assets are not maintained according to policy. Oh, that's what you said. So, but now we
fixed
have
asset schedule had not been properly maintained.
okay.
Fixed asset schedule. Not the fixed assets themselves.
Right, schedule. But now we have a policy, so going forward, we can do this correctly.
Absolutely. Well, when you say policy, it's not really a
Or
policy.
do we have rules
it's
or
a system.
regulations?
In other words,
Systems,
it's
okay.
actually a depreciation schedule
Okay.
instead of, I don't know really what it was before. But, I mean, I don't have a name for it. I mean, I know it was in Excel, but
Right.
it's not what I'm used to seeing or ever seen before. But now, you know, it's a thing of beauty. That's what I'm gonna say.
Okay. How far back did you have to go to fix that to get it right for today?
There's not that you can go and say there's a time frame. You really have to, it's not that you're saying things started going awry on X date.
Okay.
It's not that.
It's kind of an accumulation.
Well, it's the whole, the whole way it was kept up with, things coming in and going out.
Okay.
And it's really, well, I see a lot of different things, a lot. And the best accounting method is the accounting method that you use, that you understand. Okay? And when I come in, I try to, as long as it doesn't go against generally accepted accounting principles, like, you know, 2 credits or 2 debits, you know. So I try to mold to the way they keep up. Different bookkeepers keep up with things differently, right? And sometimes they understand it perfectly. So they got to train me of what I'm reading. So I sort of mold to them as long as they're keeping up. And, you know, when I came in, you know, whoever's been keeping up with it for years and years
Right.
may have understood it perfectly.
Right.
But there was no one to ask. So I'm looking at it going, I don't know what's happening here.
Okay.
I need somebody to, you see what I'm saying? So it's sort of like driving my stick shift car. I can drive it better than anybody else. Somebody else gets in it and I'm like, I don't understand this clutch. Well, it ain't the car's fault.
Right.
It's just that, you know, I didn't have anybody to, but now it's more of a standard, uniform depreciation schedule that everybody agrees that's in the industry. Yes, this is a depreciation schedule. okay? And here's a good thing about that, all right? Anytime you're dealing with fixed assets, anything long-term assets, long-term liabilities, that is a GASB 34 entry. That has to do with Schedule 1 and 2. Now, I know I've lost you right there. But let me tell you this. When you guys budget on a modified accrual basis. Right? When you budget, you're going to buy something. You're going to buy a car. You budget for that car. Right? $50,000 car, that's what you budget for. That's a modified cash basis. So that's all you care about is, did I spend the right amount? Did I budget for it? And things of that nature. That's Exhibit 3, 4, 5. Exhibit 2 and 1 are required by GASB 34, which shows it on a full accrual basis. So on a full accrual basis, when you buy a $50,000 car, that's not the expense. It's not. You take that $50,000 car and you put it up in the balance sheet as an asset, and you depreciate it over 5 years, so your expense is now the depreciation. In short, Exhibit 1 and 2 has nothing to do with the way you budget. Nothing. That's there just to show people on a long-term basis, what you would look like if you wasn't a municipality. All you really care about budget-wise is 3, 4, 5. Okay, so anytime you have to fix something long-term asset, long-term debt, it only affects Exhibit 1 and 2. It doesn't affect your fund balance. And your fund balance is what you're interested in. How much do we have in the general fund? You're not interested in net assets. If you look at Exhibit 1, it's called net assets. Exhibit 2 is called net assets. That's a full accrual term. When you look at Exhibit 3, 4, and 5, you're talking about fund balance, and the schedules in the back is fund balance. I'm not saying GASB 34 isn't needed. I'm just saying it's hard to explain. And it doesn't matter to y'all. What does it matter to you how much your police car has been depreciated? It don't. What matters to you is how much did it cost. So that's the entry, that the prior period adjustment that had been made to fix the fixed assets and fix the fixed asset schedule going forward. So it doesn't affect your fund balance. It definitely doesn't affect cash. Okay? So, in review, council has 60 days from today to have a FTIC, which is financial indicator of concern, explanation for 2 items. Okay? So, when Mr. Rollins and Jennifer, when they're ready, I'll help y'all and show you some resources on the website, write up something to have you guys decide and get that sent in. LGC already knows. I mean, they already know, and they even know the answer. But you've got to go ahead and answer it. Okay? So that's in my presentation. Sorry I took so long. But does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So on page 12 in the little blue book, you guys think that was in the packet as well.
What's the page number at the bottom?
12.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, so in here it says something about an increase in tax. Who said that?
I think we all got picked up.
Yeah, as soon as you said page 12, I knew what you were going to say. That's a boilerplate thing that LGC wants to put in there, that the readers will understand. What will 1 cent do? So, if you read this, it says, as the town considers future revenue sources, it has determined that a 1 cent increase in the property tax rate will result in additional revenues of approximately $20,019 at current values and collection rates. Okay, it's not saying that you're gonna go up, because LGC had so many questions all the time that people out in the audience or readers, they would say, well, what would 1 penny do? If we went up 1 penny, what would it do for us? So that's put in there to give the readers an opportunity to see what effect a penny would have. And I've had some municipalities say, you need to take it out there. Take it out of there because they think I'm going up a penny. But it doesn't read that way. It doesn't read there. It's there. What it's saying is, y'all have determined that if you did go up or down 1 cent, you would either make $20,019 or lose. Okay? So that gives boards some understanding on your finances when you're talking budget. You know, what will a cent do, or a half a cent do, or 5 cents? Right? And you can look right there, and you'll have, of course, I advise you to recalculate that because it depends on your evaluation and your collection rate. So that's the answer to that.
That number is not static.
No.
So next year, it could go up, go down.
Right. And I can tell you how to, look on page 41. I'll show you how to figure that. 41. Got it? All right, take 207,588,000, multiply it times 0.0001, and then multiply that times 0.9972, and you'll come up with that answer.
Well, 0001 times
3 zeros in front of the 1 times 0.9972, which is 1 penny on your evaluation multiplied times your collection rate at 99.72%, and I bet you'll come up with 20,019. That's how you figure it. Did you, the reason I know it's right is because I figured. But to answer your question, is, I mean, I'll be glad to take that out, but it's really to help you understand.
To know where it came from.
Well, it shows we all read our packet in detail because we all underlined that sentence.
Impressive. Yeah, impressive.
Yeah.
So on page 15, can I keep going?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know what prepaid expenses are under assets.
Okay. Insurance, for example.
Okay.
In other words, the insurance term might be May through the next April.
Okay.
And you pay that early and the year hasn't started, and that's prepaid.
Okay. Another question, same page. Under fund balance, it says grant funds. Same page, 15.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Go down to fund
Unearned
balance.
grant revenues?
Grant funds. Under restricted.
Oh, grant funds, that 17900, if you look on up to where it says unearned grants, 17900, that's the same part. That's the same. In other words, you've got some grants. I can't remember exactly the name of the grant. It's $170,900.
Right, but
restricted.
that's not all the grants we have.
Right, right. Just that particular, whatever that grant was for. For example, say you get a grant.
That's just the ones that we've spent.
No, it's you haven't recognized revenue yet.
Okay.
Because the intention of the grant has not been met.
Okay, what I'm driving at is, we have 4, I think 4, it might be 5 grants for Bandera.
Okay, yep, sure do.
But we haven't had revenue to pay those out yet. So I don't understand why they're not in there as well.
Well, a grant is not, are you asking the question about whether it's unearned or whether it's restricted?
Well, I don't know. I'm not big.
Okay.
Sorry.
Restricted, anything that's restricted, it's got to be restricted by a third party. In other words, the board, you cannot restrict anything. You can only assign something or there's another one, let's just say it's signed, but if you look at that, back at the notes, it tells
So are you saying because it's assigned to Bandera,
you.
then it would go, it would be restricted?
No,
Okay.
it's not.
Okay.
Okay. When it says restricted, it has to be by a third party. That somebody who is giving you money says you have to use this on a fire truck.
I got you.
Period.
Okay.
You can't use it for anything else. It's restricted by a third party. And let's say you hadn't got the fire truck's not ready yet. It's a bad example, but it's not ready yet. So you can't count that as revenue because it hasn't, the situation hasn't happened yet. I see it a lot with, you're having the Founders Day parade.
Right.
Or Founders Day. So you collect a whole lot of money, you collect $5,000 for Founders Day, but it don't happen till next week.
Right.
Well, that $5,000 is unearned, and it's sitting there as a liability because it's a credit, and revenue is a credit too, but it can't turn into a credit until next week when it happens, and it moves from unearned to now you recognize it as revenue.
Well, then why are those grants not in the unearned revenue?
It is
It's 170,000.
17900.
We have
That section
more
at the
than
bottom,
on grants
right, that section at the bottom is your fund balance, and what it's doing is, it's taking your total fund balance, which is assets minus liabilities minus the deferred inflows, and if you do that calculation, it's going to come up to $7,624,861, and it's taking that $7,624,000 and it's breaking it down into different components. This much of it's restricted for this much is grants, this much is other, this much is assigned. And it looks a whole lot better than if it just said 7.6 million. Okay? So that's what it means.
We have,
If you look at your financials right now, it's showing year to date.
but it's not showing up in here. Because we have
Millions.
millions
So
in grants.
what you're saying is we have millions of,
Grant.
5 million, at least six, three from in there. At least $6 million in grants that we are working.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I'm just asking where is it? Where's the grant money?
We haven't gotten it.
That's to say, it's not even been allocated.
It hasn't been given to us yet.
Okay.
Right. If it has, it would be up in, see where it says
Do we have
restricted
the
cash?
ARPA funds?
No.
The ARPA funds
That's different
became
than grants.
became earned the day that y'all recognized it as being revenue replacement.
Okay.
And it automatically went from unearned to earned, went from restricted to unrestricted.
Okay.
That was a gift from legislation. That was a wonderful thing. But if you did receive grants, cash, that hasn't been spent, it would be under either cash and investments unrestricted or restricted cash and investments, depending on the third-party restrictions. That's Exhibit 3, total cash. So what you're asking for is, do we have any unspent grant proceeds?
We had that one.
We have to spend it, we didn't get it, yeah.
To get reimbursed. Next question then?
Okay, you okay? I'm telling
Yeah, I'm
you,
fine, I'm fine.
it's governmental accounting is a different, it is technical. It's hard to understand, but you guys are more advanced than the average bear. At least you're more advanced because you actually read your financials. That's refreshing to an auditor. Yes, somebody reads something.
Okay, so, all right, one more question. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this.
Okay.
So, we have a finance committee.
Okay.
And it says that you can do things, invest this money. You were talking about making interest and stuff. like that, if we could ask them to see how can we do this, but our limit, like if, try to make it easy, if we did a CD, it could be no longer than 5 years, because we gotta be able to get that money back within a set period of time. But if they could be creative and find other ways to increase our fund balance, then as long as we stick within that 5-year.
Well, you got, anytime you're saying things like being creative and stuff, you got to.
Legally creative.
Right, there you go. In other words, for a municipality, you can't, municipality is not like, you got laws, rules. When you're handling taxpayer money,
Right.
you can't go invest in Bitcoin and be a day trader.
Right. I understand
But
that.
LGC on their website tells you things that you can and cannot do, and it's also written in your audit back here at Cash, talking
Right.
about the investments that's allowed. I know, what's the name of the investment for, the LGC promotes with the state Capital Management Trust. They got a bad rap here about 7, 8, 10 years ago. A lot of people pulled out of them because their rate of return in the last 4 or 5 years, they've really come back good, and I've seen some really good rate of returns for North Carolina Cash Management Trust. They've done a great job. If you're interested in them, they'll be glad to come down and talk to you. But I've seen some phenomenal investment earnings, and with the cash that you guys have, part of the financial, the job of the finance officer is to seek out the best, is to increase your cash through smart investing and getting, that is part of their job, if you read the job description. So I think that, 2024, you had an increase of $187,000, which is increasing to, y'all made $360,000. It was, in 2023, it was $173,000, which was excellent. But you went from making $173,000 to making $360,000 in 1 year and didn't do a thing. But open the mail and reconcile a bank statement. That's phenomenal. That's great. I mean, that's wonderful. I like the way you've done that.
Okay, can I ask one more question?
Yes, ma'am. You get me excited asking me to go. See, accountants we're not boring people. We just get excited about boring things. Yeah.
Okay, all right, you said the prior auditor tried to adjust the whole, and I don't know if it was application schedule. It was when you were talking about item number 16, and we have like 60 days to get back, and it was with number 2. And you said the prior auditor tried to make adjustments to the schedule and revamp it. Is that a normal thing for auditor for Stokesdale, auditor for Charlotte, auditor for Summerfield? Is that a normal thing that's done?
Well, we're required to get sufficient audit evidence, okay, and appropriate audit evidence. If I come to a place to where I'm like, you know what, I can't figure this out, the town can't figure it out, and that's what I run into a lot with small municipalities who don't have the expertise. They're not CPAs, and they hadn't done, much of the time they're just bookkeepers that do the best job they can. They don't understand accounting, and they mess things up so bad that when I come in and try to fix it, I really can only fix it the best that's reasonable that I can come up with. That I feel like, yes, this is appropriate and it's sufficient and I've got confidence in it. If I don't get that way, then I've got to give you a qualified opinion or walk away from the audit. Does that make sense? In other words, if I picked up somebody's financials and I cannot prove a material number, sometimes I can work it down to where The difference is just immaterial. And I say, well, it's immaterial. I've got it. It's not exact, but it's immaterial. Then I'm fine. But if it's material and I can't resolve the issue, I've got to either give you a qualified opinion or walk away from the audit. All right, and that's not going to be good for anything. So, what we done with the, you know, I knew there's certain things that I know for a fact with fixed assets. And other things, you know, I know, so fixing things up and, you know, getting things back in line and getting things condensed down. I feel like what I have is materially correct.
Okay.
And that's important that I say that. I feel it's materially correct. Based on my audit procedures and my expertise.
What kind
It's
of
the
things?
best I know to do.
You're saying how you left it is the best you know how to do? Not necessarily
Absolutely.
how you left it, yeah.
Right. In other words, and it's exhibit 1 and 2.
What to do with it.
I do believe that your net book value of your fixed assets as of June 30, 2024 is $6,664,262. If that's a concern. I mean, that's a material number. The question is that materially off?
The question is what? I'm sorry.
And the question is that materially correct? Based on our audit procedures and the depreciation schedule that we've got, yes it is. But that does nothing for your fund balance. All that has to do with exhibit 1 and 2, which is just GASB 34. Don't mean nothing to you. See what I'm saying?
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Any other questions?
And I may have missed it, did you address the adjustment of $840,580? Did I miss that? On
The
page
prior
10?
period adjustment?
Yeah.
Yes, that is.
Is that
No, that's not an indicator of concern.
what was that from then?
Well, it's a combination. It's a combination of last year's adjustment and this year's adjustment with capital assets. If you look on page, there's an explanation in the audit that explains back on page 35. It says a prior period adjustment of $833,747 was made to net assets primarily due to capital assets not being depreciated and reported correctly. The net effect of this adjustment primarily resulted in a decrease in net capital assets.
Okay.
Okay?
So the capital assets should have been $833,000
No.
lower? No.
No, not just it. That's primarily the reason. That's the big chunk of it. If you look at, I'm just going to confuse you because
Is it normal to have these kinds of adjustments? Or for y'all to make these adjustments? Is that like a normal thing?
no. Not. Page 39. See that prior period adjustment that was done the year before? 409,
Wait, where is that?
395, page 39.
I'm on 39, where?
Yep.
Oh, towards the bottom, yep, got it.
Yep, see that? Now, that was done from what I could understand, but it wasn't in the notes. It didn't explain in the notes last year what it was. And, you know, I was told it was to overcome the difficulties with the depreciation schedule to get the depreciation schedule in line. And my first question was, oops, it's in the wrong place. That should only be an adjustment on exhibit 1 and 2. It has nothing to do with that. So notice it's a plus. So not only have to correct that one, we have to go that much the opposite direction, plus that much more again to get net assets where it's supposed to be. Because fixed assets should only be corrected on a full accrual basis, not a modified accrual basis. So, but it doesn't affect y'all's operations at all. their operations at all. In other words, what'd you budget? How much money did you bring in? What'd you budget? How much money did you spend? That's operations. This fixed asset deal has to do with book value, depreciated value, things of that nature that doesn't concern boards whatsoever.
Okay, so that mistake from prior, we're on the path now of getting that.
Absolutely. Yes, that one fatal swoop will correct that, that plus what needed to be corrected.
Thank you.
That's a good way of saying it. It fixes what needed to be corrected the first time.
Good.
I like that better. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I would like to take this time to thank and give my condolences, actually, to Miss Luther. Sorry it's late. You know, I heard that, you know, she had some family pass away. Miss Luther really worked well with me. I was really pleased with the record keeping, the hard work. I was really pleased with Mr. Bacon. Thank you, sir, for your help. And Mr. Rollins for not firing me on the first day. But yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. I've said, you know, this is the best board meeting I've ever been to. It really has. Because every time I go in a small municipality, we get up and say the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's for the people and by the people. And I can say that this is you've got the most passionate citizens that participate in their government and they care about their government. Same way with the board. You've got a hard job and the pay ain't so good. You got a terribly hard job. You got citizens that love the place. It breaks my heart when I go to small municipalities and nobody cares.
That's a really good way to look at it.
And I'm telling you, when I come here, and I know there's
I can maybe think of this a little differently.
And even though there's some hard times and some hard things said and some things, that is liberty. That is America. That's what makes America America. All right? You should be proud that people care in this town. The citizens should care and be proud that your board cares that much. Because I'm telling you right now, I've been through a bunch of board meetings, and this is the best one I've ever seen. I didn't particularly like people getting their feelings hurt, but that's the price of liberty. And you know, reconciliation and grace is a wonderful thing. There's nothing no better than grace. And there's nothing no sweeter than reconciliation. And I'm proud to say, you know, people ask me, and they've asked me, they said, "Oh, you do Summerfield?" You know, I heard a lot of comments saying, you know, people, you know, ask where I'm from, you say Summerfield, you're embarrassed. Well, since I've done the audit, I'm actually proud to say, and come to this meeting, I'm actually proud to say, yes, I do Summerfield. It's the most American small municipality I've been to. Because these people love it so much, and y'all love it so much, and people are involved in their community, they're involved, they can run for office, all you need is $10 and a ride to the courthouse, and you can get up there and make big money. And you can, but it's hard. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I say that jokingly, it's not really a joke, it's hard. It's really, really hard. But if anything, you've got some healing to do. If anything, you'll come out, and I'm really pleased to see how the people will not only hold my feet to the fire, but your feet to the fire. And, you know, I feel any of these citizens that spoke up today, they're willing to do their part as citizens.
I think you gave us more than just an audit.
Yeah,
Well,
So I thank you.
no, I'm just saying,
yeah.
I got one more question.
yes, sir.
How much would you charge to come next meeting and speak?
Well,
So that everybody hears that. In the beginning, we'll let you be
Well-
agenda item number 3.
well, I was hoping I wasn't gonna be number 25. But I did say this, I did say, listen, if I get my name in the paper, I ain't coming back. Because auditors do not want to be in the paper. You're in the paper, you're automatically missed something, guilty about something, we don't want to be in the paper. But, you know, I understand, and I know, and I want to be an asset to the town. And I think, you know, Twiggs worked hard. It's not the easiest situation for anybody to come in. You guys, your poor old attorney over there, poor thing. I mean, she just walked in, right? But we'll get through this, and, you know, I'll be back if you want me back, and it's not too bad, but please put me at the very front. Anybody got any questions? Anybody got any questions?
Thank you.
But seriously, thank you, Mr. Rollins. Thank y'all. Thank you for your patience. Thank y'all for y'all's support of the town. And I've made a new friend, and she done left. But I think Summerfield's a great town. I've had people ask me, "Oh, you're all from Summerfield?" I say, "Yeah, it's a great town.
Thank you.
A great town. Healthy, people care, going through some changes, going through some stuff, but listen, that is what made America. American town." Thank you very much. Thank y'all.
Item D, fiscal year 24-25 budget amendments, finance officer transfer, Mr. Rollins.
So good.
So, Mr. Mayor and council, what you have in front of you is, this is really a formality. These are budget amendments that you've already approved. It's just, things that were presented to you in prior meetings that need to be transferred officially, and the finance officer has prepared the amendments. Most of them are pretty self-explanatory. The biggest one, like last meeting, y'all authorized the formation of a maintenance department. As you can see there, you authorized $198,600 from a line item of $250,000, leaving a balance of $51,400. There's also a budget amendment in there on the next page that talks about administration, personnel, salaries, and wages increase. That was due to having Ms. Luther on board. That was not a regular budgeted expense, and so we need to cover that. And that actual budget amendment there covers us through the rest of the year. Ms. Luther has transferred from her rate of 125 down to 75 is what I negotiated. She is now a consultant and not an employee, so we're not paying Social Security or FICA taxes on that. And she's as needed if Jen needs her, but Jen is starting to swim well on her own, and she's at School of Government, by the way, in a course the next couple of days. So that's a brief explanation of those budget amendments. Typically those would be under the consent agenda, but I was asked by Madam Mayor Pro Tem to put these in the regular agenda packet in case y'all have any questions about any of them, so I'll entertain any questions at this time.
Any questions? Item E, SAP concession stand contract approval.
Excuse me, I need a motion to approve all those amendments that you have.
Oh, sorry. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll do it.
I move to approve and adopt the following, one, the 24-25 budget amendment number 1 as presented, and number 2, the 2024-25 budget amendment number 2 as presented, and 3, the 24-25 budget amendment number 3 as presented, and number 4, the 24-25 finance officer transfer number 1 as presented, and 5, the 24-25 finance officer transfer number 2 as presented.
Have a motion, have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimous. Now,
So, item 12E, Mr. Mayor and Council, is an agreement with Kim's Dogs. So Kim's Dogs has been the concession vendor out at Summerfield Athletic Park for a number of years. In looking at a lot of things since I got on board and reviewing the agreement we have with us, we got like $750 for 3 months of their services last year. I didn't really feel like that was fair to the town. There was no way to track. We were supposed to be getting paid at 15%. And we met with the owner and just said, look, this doesn't, I need more tracking. Either you need to give us receipts or something. So we, Mr. Kuhn and I met with the owner and negotiated a contract. And what this is way more fair to the town. It is $20 during a weeknight that they open the concession stand. They're required to be there anytime we have a game, unless it's a rain out or it's been canceled. And on the weekends, it'd be $100 per day for them to operate the concession stand. There are months that is projected that we would bring in $1,300 in a month for allowing them to use our concession stand. So you're going to see a significant increase in revenues from concession stand usage. We even, to be quite honest, and this agreement is only for 1 year because Mr. Kuhn and I have had discussions about taking over concessions. We just didn't want to bite that off this year with the formation of the maintenance department and getting the park up to speed and all the other things he has going on, that we would visit this next year to see if we want to bring it in-house. I do feel like it's a moneymaker. It could be for the town. So what you have in front of you is an agreement with Kim's Dogs. As with all contracts, I'm not authorized to execute it until y'all vote on it. So that is the item we have in front of you. Questions for me?
I do have 2 questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cook, come on over.
Yes, sir.
Well, for your coffee.
I'm glad I finally could join in.
So I reviewed the service contract.
Yes.
It looks good. I just have 2 questions. First question is, why the second inning? It says that they continue concession up to the second inning. Is that normal?
That's standard procedure.
Standard.
Yeah, let the second game start, and then once they get into it, being that on any given night you have multiple different age groups playing, the second inning of the latest game is typically a 15U game. That's going to put it at 9:05, 9:10. By then you've done served pretty much dinner, any snacks. Okay. 2 of the fields are already gone. You're down to, on a 15U game night, maybe 30 parents still remain. But the younger siblings are gone. The sales would diminish greatly.
That makes sense. And the second question is, I noticed that it talks about $20 for Monday through Friday, $100 for the weekend for the events that occur on the baseball and softball fields. Why are we not offering up concessions to the soccer?
So the construction of that, the layout over there, the concession stand faces opposite direction of the soccer field. And being that the soccer field is high up on that hill, I've had conversations with her over there. And I say she because obviously it's a husband and wife duo. But she makes very little to no money on soccer field. I offered her to say, hey, why don't you put out some display signs, snipe signs or something to direct them that way. She's never done it before. Prior administration wouldn't let her do it. My predecessor would not let her do that. I told her I have no issue with that. She couldn't leave them up year round. They would have to come down after the events. She hasn't purchased the sign yet, so that's a trial method. I didn't want to incorporate it and say I was going to charge her, knowing that right now she would make minimal to no sales with soccer. And let me know, we also do not hold soccer tournaments. We do not have soccer games in the evening. It's not like baseball. They have only school soccer events are going on over there, Revolution, Summerfield Charter, and they play from 4 to 5:30. So she's missing that window of dinner with the soccer thing. It's just not conducive to her making very much money.
And only one field.
And we only have one field.
So there's only one game going on at a time, not
Correct.
multiple like in baseball.
Do we have You said we don't have tournaments that's coming through?
There are no soccer tournaments we hold over there, no.
Do we have travel teams that go through?
We don't have enough field.
Travel soccer, no. Yeah, unless we get more soccer fields.
No.
Yeah, you have, right now I have, like I said, there's 2 schools that practice up there. Summerfield Rec they have no program to use a soccer field right now. They're investigating into that, but ultimately, it's just soccer's not, we don't have enough for soccer to then turn around and charge her for that kind of cost.
That's all the question I had. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll make a motion.
Go for it.
I move to approve and adopt the concession stand contract for Kim's Dogs as presented.
A
Have
second.
a motion, have a second, further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
So, Mr. Mayor and Board, you have 12F in front of you. 12F is the contracts for Founder's Day. We have some invoices for services, but again, bringing back to the general statute, I cannot execute contracts without your approval. The attorney has reviewed these contracts enclosed, and they do meet legal sufficiency as far as she's concerned. So these are the Founder's Day contracts, and there are several of them there. So what we're asking for is you to approve those so we can go ahead and execute them and lock these vendors down for Founder's Day. One of the discussions that Madam Mayor Pro Tem and I've had is starting the Founder's Day committee for next year about 3 months after May. So along about August or September, cranking up the Founder's Day committee so we've got more time and we can be more competitive with our contracts and folks. So that's what you have in front of you. I'll be glad to entertain any questions on that.
I just have one question. Just want to confirm that on the Flying Hatchet Mobile Axe Throwing, it mentions the heading of insurance, but it really doesn't talk about having any insurance. So they will have insurance before they.
They have it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but
Everyone
they'll
will
provide a copy of it to us.
They will provide us a certificate of insurance, making the town of Summerfield an additional insured on their policy, and then we also have our policy. So if there was an incident, their insurance would pay first, and then ours would pay second on top of that.
Great.
That's a pretty standard issue, and they're used to those kind of things.
Yeah, the rolling games, the cost is $1,000, but if you go inside, the amount now due is $1,075, and it says the total is $875, so what is the total?
You said rolling games, John?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hold on a
sir.
minute, let me get my sidekick. Go ahead, Dr.
So with the rolling games, they are actually giving us a discount, so that's why you see the lower amount. It is sorry, I'm not looking at it, but I do believe it is a lower amount than the original.
Yeah.
F2.
F2, okay. Yes, that's fine. I just see it,
Oh, it's actually under F. Yeah. 12.
Mine doesn't have it. I see.
So it is $875 is the cost. They give us a discount. Originally, they were gonna charge us $1,000. They give us a discount down to $875.
So in the motion, we need to make that.
It's on the 875.
Yeah.
So we need to change that to 850?
You got it.
Yeah, I can say Miss Dockery has worked really hard to get these prices down. She is negotiating and talked. So, may I make a motion?
Sure.
I move to approve and adopt the following Founder's Day contracts. The Bluegrass Carnival Rise contract as presented. The Rolling Games contract modified to $875. The Flying Hatchet Mobile Axe Throwing contract as presented. The Blue Ridge Girls contract as presented. And the Cynthia Brown contract as presented.
Have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
So item 12G, Mr. Mayor and Board, is a mowing agreement. Mr. Doggett here has been seeding and planting hay out on the other side of the dog park for several years, I understand, and cutting and maintaining that property, so we've not had to pay a contractor to do that. He wishes to continue doing that. He was very transparent my first week on the job and told me that this was going on. I suggested that we do an agreement, just so that all parties involved understood that he's doing it, and that it is approved by the board, so that there would not be any adverse publicity about the issue. So the agreement basically says he's willing to cut it twice a year, during the season.
And of course, if we're doing an agreement, Mr. Doggett, you take something from that? You take anything from what you do?
Hay off of it.
The hay.
He cuts the hay.
Since he's getting something and we're getting something out of it, should we address that in here too?
That he gets to keep the hay?
Yeah.
That he gets to bear it?
That way it shows that there's I mean, if we're doing an agreement, I guess it's
Like an in-kind or something?
I mean, that's what he's getting right from. He's allowed to take.
He's getting 2 cuttings of hay a year for, maintaining it for us.
But I'm also spraying and fertilizing as well, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying, since there's like a give and take, maybe we should address that in here, so nobody says John's taking anything he shouldn't be taking. And it makes it more of a,
Like, it's fine.
I'm not.
I would propose maybe we amend that John gets the 2 cuttings.
Or I sneak in there and take the bales.
Go ahead and try loading them. They're round bales.
I'll roll into my house.
Yeah. You haven't seen my round bales.
I would propose that we just amend the agreement that, with the understanding that Mr. Doggett gets 2 cuttings of hay a year.
At least.
At least 2
Just say
cuttings.
at least because.
or gets the cuttings from every mowing.
That's fine, that's fine.
And then if it's the pleasure of the board, y'all can go ahead and approve it, and that way we don't have to come back, or I can bring it back.
Should
So
he,
we could put
should he
it
be
in the,
excluded from the vote?
Oh, yeah. No, I was gonna ask you.
Okay.
Yeah.
he and I've already had that discussion that he would ask to be excused.
So
Potential conflict of interest.
that first sentence, we could just end it with, and retain all hay from each cutting.
That sounds
That's
exactly, yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah, so
Do it.
So I have a question. Okay, so, in the spring,
Mhm.
you fertilize, you see it grows because we get spring rain, then you cut, and then there might be a midsummer cut and then you have your fall cut.
Mhm.
So in here, it says that, if this agreement is annulled or, I don't know, if we decide not to do this agreement anymore, then the town has to pay for spraying and fertilizing and seeding. But if it's after that first cut, then that's when you're gonna get most of that unless you're doing duplicate spraying seedings and
I
that.
did last year. I sprayed it twice last year. Plus, this doesn't take into account of hauling all the equipment up there multiple times. I mean, I'm doing it as a service. I'm not doing it to gain anything because it's costing me more money to actually do it than what I'm getting from it.
Mhm.
So, the reason I wrote it in there was that even though you fertilize it and you get it in the first cut, it's still fertilized through the rest of the year, so I still got that cost. You know, you're putting roughly 250 pounds of fertilizer per acre.
I mean, are we fertilizing it just to grow?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We wouldn't have to fertilize it if we were just mowing it.
So that's a cost that,
It's because of cutting hay.
and how much are we spending on that?
That's me.
Oh, it says right here, Mr. Doggett will be reimbursed for all costs.
If we
associated.
don't, if we choose not, if we don't renew it by the January 1st.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is if I've spent the money, and I'd be glad to prorate it if I've mowed something, you know, I'm not asking for full, but I'm asking to make sure that what I put in, I can get out. If, you know, I'm not asking for any cost, any money from the town to do it. I'm just trying to help the town
I wonder how long would it take if our maintenance department mowed it?
It's 8 acres.
How long would it take us to mow 8 acres?
Well, I couldn't even tell you, we haven't even mowed the first acre yet. We just got the lawn equipment.
I'm fine with John doing that, and my question was just about that, because we do hay.
And
And if I may, you know, John's been doing this for years. We're just putting it in writing.
Right.
and that field, we were not gonna use it, I mean, it's the field at the Summerfield Dog Park, so it's not.
Dude, don't you know that's gonna be the new pickleball courts?
Actually, that's part of, they took part of the field for the wildflowers and the trail goes through there, so some of it's already been taken for that.
So as I say, you know, you can cancel it if the, you know, the field changes the purpose, if we change the purpose of the field for any reason.
Which we don't anticipate doing between now and September, October at all.
Okay. Okay, so this would just be good till December of this
Just leave
year.
it as is.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Anderson.
Actually, it doesn't have a date.
Well, it says the town or Mr. Ogden may cancel renewal of the agreement in December of the current calendar and no cost.
Yeah, auto renews January 1st,
So we can, if we decide to do something else with it, we can stop it this year. Right?
Right, you have to,
You have to
Okay.
prod me because I'm falling asleep here.
huh?
That's what you have to prod me.
I think Mr. Laney had a question to Ashley.
So I wasn't involved in any of the negotiations for this, so I'm just learning of the town's objectives and what they're trying to achieve here. If you don't feel like they're addressed in this agreement, we can certainly revise it and then present it again.
The only problem is it's been kicked so long, we're going to fertilize.
Right.
When are you planning on fertilizing?
Next week or so.
It needs to be done now.
Ms. Anderson, what is your feelings on this contract?
Of course, this is on short notice to her. so-
Do you think that we should wait and review it?
I'm not, if you wait, I'm not doing it.
That's okay.
Okay.
No pressure,
If you feel
right?
like.
No, whatever your professional opinion, honest.
And of course, it's, you're on the
You've been
spot.
doing this for years, you have to consider, is that something you want to risk losing if you don't approve this tonight? I cannot make a judgment call on whether all of your objectives are met in this agreement without counseling you on what those objectives are.
And of course,
And he's already said, cost him more to do it than he made.
Let's be real, it's not a service to the town. If it was a service to the town, he wouldn't be doing it. He's getting the hay.
I'll tell you what, I'll walk away from it right now. It doesn't matter to me, it's a service to the town. It costs me more money to do it than it's worth. So I can walk away from it right now. It's not gonna bother me, it's not gonna affect me, nothing.
I didn't know about this all along, like, he might have told you about it the first week. I didn't know about this for the first few years of council and I found out from a citizen and was surprised that it wasn't always this transparent.
I want to remove the contract. It seems like it's gonna cause trouble, so I just want to remove the contract.
You could have had the meeting in February, it was there for a while.
right,
Okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
I'm fine with it too, but I like what Jonathan was saying about, because I saw him writing down some notes on the frequency.
did I? No, I mean, it's just, again, I don't see any issues. I mean, it's just, and there is no, he's been doing it for a period of time. And I understand Janelle, I'm like her, you know, something that I never really knew. But I'm not trying to say anything behind that by any means. But if for any reason we find out that it's not good for the town, we can cancel it in December of this year and there's no penalty to anybody. So I think it's something John was counting on doing, right, John? I mean, you intended to do it?
I intended to do it.
And
I
you
wasn't
can-
counting on it, I was intending to do it.
Okay, so I don't see any reason to stop that this year. And, I mean, you ever,
I would go with Ms. Anderson's recommendation, whatever her professional opinion is.
Well, it's y'all's decision on whether or not you want to pursue the contract, and then
Has this been looked at by legal at all?
No.
It hasn't?
She didn't see it in her packet.
But
Like I said, I'll call it to the board's attention, we didn't even have a written agreement, y'all have been doing this for years.
Yeah, but
and-
just cut, now that we know this.
That's fine, that's fine.
What was the
That's fine.
adjustment that you said you wanted to put on it,
Mr. Doggett, you want to just withdraw?
Yep, I'm just gonna withdraw.
Okay.
And he gets to retain all the clippings from each motion.
I was trying to help, I'm not in this for the,
Kim, before you complete 100%, is this something that we can have legal review it for our potentially recessed meeting?
By Friday?
It's, well, we need to discuss that too, I think, in closed session, but, with the,
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I'm just, what do you want to do?
I just didn't come here to cause an issue, so, I need to fertilize it as soon as we get on it, so, I can't wait another month, so it just seems the easiest thing to do is just retract it. And let the town, unfortunately, spend the money to try to figure out how they're gonna take care of it.
if you
Okay.
have, are you
So we're not gonna make a motion on this.
I don't know.
Are you forced to
Or
withdraw
I'm-
your
I'm
agenda item?
actually-
I mean, if you have specific concerns that you want addressed, you can approve this and authorize staff to negotiate those changes. But you need to make the motion specifically addressing what you want reflected in this contract.
If he's gotta have an answer in the next couple of weeks, I'm sure that we're gonna have another meeting.
Per this agreement between John Doggett and the Town of Summerfield, he is to retain all cuttings. Is
All
that,
hay from any cutting,
from each kind.
any such cut, any such cutting.
Then why don't we not make the motion and table it for the next time we
It's
meet?
getting a little late,
For the
yeah.
Friday meeting.
That's the cold.
No, I'm sorry.
I honestly don't think I don't think anybody has a,
I don't either. I was going into this not having a problem either, but we're signing an agreement without legal counsel's review. And that, I mean, and she may look at it and say, there's nothing wrong with it. But I want to give her time to do it.
I agree with you. I didn't have a problem coming into it, but I want time for the legal counsel to go
John,
over it.
can you wait till Friday? Thank you. Okay.
Item number H.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. So, just a little education here, board. You all set a fee schedule every year as part of the budget ordinance. That ordinance is law. That fee schedule directs myself and my staff what the fees will be for the use of services or facilities across the town. I do not unilaterally have the power to raise, lower, or amend anything in that fee schedule without your explicit consent. We had an individual citizen who had a conversation with the prior administration Parks and Rec director that they wanted to rent the community center sometime during Christmas, I think Christmas Eve to be exact. They did not have anything in writing, they didn't pay a deposit, and there was no emails or other correspondence that the citizen could provide to me. Unbeknownst to that, our staff rented the community center on Christmas Eve, and this citizen was highly agitated, so was their family, and called me, said they had always rented it and stuff like that. We had no knowledge, no way to know it. So the citizen is now requesting that they get a free day of rental in the future for their trouble. And again, I've explained to them, I don't have the power to do that, authorize that, and they were that I bring it to y'all's boards. I will caution you about making exceptions for, stuff like this. It has always been our policy that you have to do a deposit and you have to have a signed contract. She had no proof at all other than supposedly she had a conversation with the prior individual. So what's in front of you is, do you want me to give this person a free day rental or do you want me to tell them no?
Are any folks here from?
No, they're not here.
No.
Was it on the calendar?
No.
No, it was before even we got involved, so we had no clue.
Is this a reoccurring event?
That's true.
It sounds like that, yeah, they had done it years in advance on New Year's Eve, but we had no way of knowing.
And do we even have staff working on New Year's Eve?
What that meant.
No, so we don't need staff to work when we rent the community center. We sign the agreement, get the deposit, and we give them a specialized code for a limited amount of time, gives them access to the building. Now, we always have somebody on call if they have an issue, but there was no record at all, nothing on the
Someone
calendar.
else paid the deposit and booked it, is the issue.
Oh, somebody else has?
Someone else booked it in the meantime, so they can't have their date that they want. So they're asking to have a free day in place of that some other time.
No contract, no fee.
Yeah, but I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, we are the government, we're not a business, and I caution us to make an exception and show some form of favoritism. I think the question is, do we allow a no-charge service to an individual based upon the claims and information provided to us? I'm not prepared to do that.
But isn't that part of being a small town too, though, that you have?
We are the government, you can't be making exceptions like that.
But, and I'm having a little bit of hearing issues today, forgive me, but so it was double booked, right? Well, not double booked, I'm sorry, it was booked, but somebody else thinks it should have been booked for them, and they didn't make any payment towards it, right? Or did
Yes, sir. They had a conversation with the prior Parks and Rec director that they wanted it on X date.
Gotcha.
There was nothing in writing, there was no deposit, there was no signed contract, there was nothing on the calendar. New staff comes in last fall, somebody picks up the phone and says, hey, we want to rent it. They come in and do all the proper paperwork, pay the deposit, we rented it to them. The first person calls and says, hey, and we're like, it's already rented, we have no proof, we had nothing on the calendar. They were highly agitated at staff and myself. And because of their inconvenience, they wanted a free day. And I told them I could not do that. And they were insistent that I bring it to council for y'all's consideration to give them a free day for their inconvenience.
And what is the regular charge?
Ms. Perry?
I just want to let you know that up till about 3 years ago, I've always rented the community center December 24th for my family Christmas. And I did that for up till about 3 years ago. I rented it December 24th. So it's only been a couple of years maybe that this guy's had it New Year's Eve.
And what was the charge? What's the regular charge?
The fee, because this person is a Summerfield resident for the whole day, sorry, because this is for a whole day, is $250.
Okay.
How much?
450.
250?
250.
250.
Well, Mr. Doggett, what do you think?
I think we give it to him. I think goodwill, I think that small town, that probably a conversation was made with our staff, who may have been busy and just said, I'll get it later, and just, and all this chaos going on, just, it wasn't put on the book. Not to say he wasn't going to get the deposit, not saying that he wasn't going to do that, it's just.
We are setting a precedence for future instances of whatever issue, complaint, disgruntledness, that you do it for one, you do it for all.
I think we got a great staff, and I'm willing to take the risk.
I really apologize, I'm having a hard time.
I said, I think we got a great staff, and I'm willing to take the risk. So I'm gonna go ahead, I move that the community center rental fee be waived for the rental by Jamie Hatchell on December 24th, 2025.
Have a motion? Do we have a second?
They're not actually renting it on the 24th though. Someone else is getting it.
No, she has it, she's already, sorry, she's put her paperwork in, she came in literally the day after we spoke to rent the community center on the 24th of this year.
I typed the wrong date, that should be 24.
So it's not rented to someone else?
No, it's rented to her. Well, I'm sorry, it's
reserved.
It's reserved, it's not rented.
For that,
She did not get it last year, she wants it this year, but she wants it for free.
Okay.
oh, so last year she didn't get it when she was
That's right.
supposed to have gotten it, so based
That's where
upon.
the miscommunication happened.
I got you.
But that wasn't this staff.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter to them. I mean, they're trying to say it was I guess they're trying to say that it was Summerfield's fault back then, that it was.
So we're making right on that happened last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
She says she was told, I got you, it's a long ways from now, call me when it gets closer, but it's gonna be yours. And then he wasn't here, so she came back thinking she had that, knowledge in his head, and he was gone, and it had already been rented. So
No, it hasn't already been rented. We're renting it to, last year it had already been.
it had already been rented, and so she was out of a place to be able to meet.
What do you think we should do?
I mean, it's one day. It's one day. She is a repeat. She had done it before. It's not her fault that we were in transition. Certainly she could have called. She could have gotten a deposit down. Obviously, she's done that now and realizes. When you're trying to put something together for a family, it's a real inconvenience when you find out something you thought you had, you don't have. So.
So we're right.
So you think we should give it to her for free this time?
That was previously.
I do.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I could go either way, so I'm fine with it if we.
I'm fine with it. So, John, you made the motion?
I have a
Yes, sir.
motion, though.
And you
I
did it
need
for
a
the right
second.
date, the 24th?
Yes.
So I'll make a second.
I have a motion, and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like to ask our legal counsel's advice on this. You're hearing the same time I am.
I need more information, and I would need to investigate it a little bit before I gave you an opinion on this.
I'm not even sure what you.
And I'm not sure what I'd be giving.
Exactly.
on. But you have a motion, I believe, did you have a second already?
Yes.
So you have to vote, you have some discussion and vote on that before we can.
Do you have an
This
opinion
is a
on
time for discussion.
Yes.
So going
Do you have an opinion on this, Mr. Wells?
I mean, I know you don't, and I definitely respect your opinion, because I think I've heard you say it already. The
I
only reason-
mean, to me, if you want to rent a place, you ought to put a deposit down. That's why we have these, and it's a slippery slope for future rentals. What's to say somebody else didn't come in and say, well, I wanted it, and I talked to so-and-so.
Well,
I understand that this person's been in the community for a long time, and we're a small town and stuff, but, you have to be careful of setting precedents.
yeah.
So going forward though, if we correct this year what didn't happen last December, going forward, she understands it's not free anymore, right? You agree with that, John?
No, I agree.
This is like one and done, one and done.
Any further discussion? Call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
No.
motion carries 4-1.
We have,
12I.
No, 12H2.
H2. Summerfield.
There's two
Schools.
parts to this one.
You want me to talk about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we had a request, from the, Summerfield Elementary PTA to use the amphitheater for a talent show. Again, We have been doing in-kind things with the school. We do stuff for the school, and then they turn around and do stuff for us. So what does the school do for us? They allow us to use their parking lots at all of our events. I think probably they clear out the trails when they're getting ready to have the camp out. The more guys, that group I was talking about earlier tonight, they go out there and make sure the trails are clean because there's a lot of kids roaming around. And they don't want anybody to get hurt, so it's a safety thing. Also, what I think is the most valuable is when we have our town events, I can go to the office and say, Miss So-and-so, would you mind if I hang a poster to let our community members and our kids know it's movie in the park or music in the park, or most importantly, Founders Day, and they have helped sell wristbands and that type of thing, and that is coming up. And they do that as an in-kind without going through formalities that they normally would have to process. And I think in return, we should waive the fees on the community park and the community park, specifically the amphitheater and the picnic shelter. I think there's give and take there. That's my opinion, and that's why this has been addressed. We were also considering that if you look at it, and we've utilized the 2 other schools that are charter schools here. We've held meetings there. They did not charge us to hold those meetings there. We don't have the space. We needed the space. So the idea is within our city limits, we have 3 schools. So those 3 schools would be all involved in this particular motion where we do an exchange. And it's just for those 2 items. It does not have anything to do with SAP or this community center. Nothing to do with this building, and just the amphitheater and the shelter.
So have they, do we have an agreement with them at all?
No, that's why we're doing this.
And have they historically not been charged? Or follow the fee schedule?
Historically, there's been no fees at all. They clean up, they take care of everything, they clean before and after.
Schools just don't have the money.
They don't have the money. It would cost, I think, $3,000 to rent the amphitheater for the talent show.
No, camp out. 3,000 was the camp out. 3,000 was the camp out. The talent show was gonna be 1,800.
Oh, you're right, I'm
1,300.
sorry. Okay, I'm sorry, yes.
So are you asking to waive the fee entirely?
So I'm asking for us to waive fees for the amphitheater and the shelter at the community park, which is here. Those 2 things right over there for the 3 schools in our town limits.
And are we still going to require them to have the certificate of liability insurance for $1 million to present to the town?
Does anyone else that runs it have to present that?
According to policy, yes. So are we waiving
Well,
that?
they have, the PTA has insurance, the school has insurance, so I guess just we need a copy of that on file.
When someone has a wedding there, they have to present that?
I'm just reading from policy. The renter representing a group, business, or non-private entity must provide a certificate of liability insurance in $1 million showing the town of Summerfield is also insured.
Non-private, so like a wedding wouldn't have to be.
A group, a business, or other non-private entities. That's PTA, school, anybody.
Right. But not a like if someone had a wedding there, they don't have to present that, because it's.
An individual, yeah.
An individual.
Right.
So it's just a group.
Business, or other
business.
non-private entity.
May I add one thing?
Yeah.
myself and Ms. Dockery, we looked it up today. This is for your guys' information. The amphitheater last year, between the months, prior to July, there's no data in the computer system. But from July to December, there were 4 rentals at the amphitheater. Of the 4 rentals, 2 were moving in the park, 1 was a school rental, and 1 was the BF Memorial Agreement. We're not really renting the amphitheater.
Yep.
I mean, it's not happening. So the school is the one using the amphitheater. By charging them to where they can't use it, we're just cutting out the schools, and now the amphitheater's gonna sit empty. My recommendation from my angle, where I deal with the fees, would be to waive all 3 schools the fees for them to use it, whereas we could then perhaps get some kind of an advertisement out of this and use it to try to promote the amphitheater so that we can bring the revenue back in.
So schools book your stuff ahead of time.
But I'm all in for the schools, I really am. But why are we just stopping at the schools?
There's an agreement on that.
What about other nonprofits, like Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, the Arts Center down the street?
I say we address that as it comes
They'll
on.
cross that bridge when it happens. I'm going to make a motion. I move that the rental fee for the Summerfield Community Park Amphitheater and the Summerfield Community Park Shelter and the fee schedule of the Summerfield FY 24-25 budget be waived for rentals by public schools of the Guilford County School System located within the town limits of the town of Summerfield.
Friendly amendment, can you include the 2 charter schools in that?
Okay.
It does.
Wait, I missed.
It's all public schools within the school system.
Because those are public schools.
There are
The
public
charters.
schools of the Guilford County School System.
No,
No, they're
they're
not.
charter.
They're charter schools.
Is that different?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Private versus
They're
So,
public.
No, they're charter schools, so they pay rent to an entity elsewhere. They run their own system, 2 separate. So you actually have 3 separate school systems.
Yeah.
You have Revolution, which is its own, Guilford County, which is Summerfield, and then Summerfield Charter, which is
So,
National Heritage.
How did you want me to amend it?
If you could amend it to include, well, you put Guilford County School System. What I would do is do Summerfield Elementary School, so it's specific to that school, and then Revolution Academy and Summerfield Charter. I just named the 3 schools.
All right, hold on one second.
The name of them, should we just say
Yeah, because
charter
does that mean
schools?
Northwest can't?
They're not in city limits.
All right, name those again, Lynn.
Summerfield Elementary, Revolution Academy, and Summerfield Charter.
All right, so I will amend it. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
fiscal year 24-25, doesn't that end in June?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean,
It's not.
we're doing something in March, it's gonna go away in June. Do you wanna?
Take out that.
That's a good suggestion. I'll do that. I'll amend both of those. I move that the rental fee for the Summerfield Community Park Amphitheater and the Summerfield Community Park Shelter and the fee schedule of the Summerfield fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 budgets be waived for rentals by public schools of the Guilford County School System, including Summerfield Elementary, Revolution Academy, and Summerfield Charter, located within the town limits of the town of Summerfield.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
Wait, you didn't get my friendly amendment.
All right, what was your friendly amendment?
My friendly amendment, it says rentals by public schools of Guilford County system. That means somebody across town can come in here, so you can't do that. You have to
Well, it says
specify.
within the town limits, so.
Okay, all right.
Located within the
All right,
I take it that the school's gotta be in the town limits.
Okay, all right.
Okay, have a motion, I have a second.
I second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion?
Yes. Just as 2 side thoughts. The kids that go to Northwest, a lot of the kids that go to that school live in the town limits.
Yep.
The school may not be in the town limits, but our kids go there.
My thing on this is, what do these schools, I'm pointing over there because that's your crowd, that is giving back to the town and helping the town, and it's an in-kind thing. We're giving something to them and they're giving a lot to us. I'm not having to go downtown and try to get a sign for music in the park a year ahead of time and pay a fee and end up on a little peach jar thing that's at the bottom right-hand corner of the website that nobody goes and sees.
I get it, but we also have kids at we have kids at Northern Middle, Northern High, Northwest Middle, Northwest High. I think the kids in Summerfield should be able to use it.
But
They don't.
this is the schools.
That's what I mean, those schools where our kids attend.
But historically though, have they used,
Historically, they're not using it.
But maybe they would if they knew it was an opportunity that they didn't have to pay $1,800 to use.
I
think we put it back to this case by case.
Yeah, I think it needs to be case by case.
Another idea that Heath and I talked about was, and maybe this could be addressed when we do fee schedules, but our charge for the amphitheater is like 10 times the amount that Oak Ridge charges. They charge $150, and then they have a rate for nonprofits of like $117. So if we changed our rates to be more in line with those around us, we could have it $150 for everybody else, and then $117 for nonprofits.
Is Oak Ridge covered?
That's an idea.
I think that's a different discussion.
When do we adopt the new fee schedules?
When you adopt the annual operating budget, generally sometime in June, but certainly the discussion about having workshops, these are the types of things we need to be talking about in workshops. We need to have some workshops, because I can't, as the budget officer, do the budget if I don't know what the fee schedule is to project revenues. And we're talking about fees across town, just not here, about all facilities and stuff.
I would love for Northern and Northwest to use the amphitheater for productions. And if it was a rate they could afford, maybe they would use it more often. Maybe they would use it.
So
I think that's a case by case, and I would like to make one more amendment to your, I want you to extend it to 2027.
what,
It's two years, and we're in March, so April, May, June, 2 years and 3 months.
I don't care about that, but I would like it to say that within the town limits that we change it to something about including, somehow wording it where the kids that live in the town of Summerfield,
Yeah,
those schools are included as well.
I agree. It would be PTA, Scouts, SRA, whatever, any nonprofit out there.
I think it needs to be case by case.
Well, right now, we are excluding a lot of other children, a lot of other opportunities, and giving a discount to a specific few. And I don't think that's what the government should be doing.
But that specific few does stuff for us that these others not necessarily.
I'm not as concerned about what they do for us. I would like the kids to be able to use it and have things at our parks.
I think we open up the opportunity for everybody and not narrowly focus on a school. That's right here. I'm all for that school, absolutely. I don't know about a $0 because Stokesdale, they don't do it. They don't give discounts.
What's their fee? Do you know
Our
what their-
neighboring Oak Ridge, they do. And they have made a clear policy that says, listen, if you are a 501(c) nonprofit, you get a discounted rate. And I agree with what Janelle was saying too. Our rates are really high for amphitheater. And our amphitheater, I kind of like ours better, but they have a nice amphitheater at Oak Ridge. So I think if it was reduced, we'd get a lot more usage out of it from lots of different people. And if we offered a discount for nonprofit, we'd even get more usage out of it from across the whole town.
So what happens if we upset Summerfield and we can't use their parking lots for Founder's Day, we can't use their grounds for Founder's Day, we
They're
can't.
not gonna sell bracelets
Yeah.
for,
That,
It's unfortunate that there was I guess, a gentleman's agreement and no one was following fee schedule before now. Totally agree, but we had the opportunity in front of us to correct it.
but I don't think this is the motion that we need to be correcting fee schedules. That's something else that goes in the budget. That's a different,
in turn, if you raise it and they can't afford to do it, I'm saying with whatever you raise it, who loses? Is it the school? It's the kids that you're worried about are gonna lose because they're not gonna be able to do it.
So
Right.
let's modify the motion once again and make it include nonprofits. We include everybody.
So I'm not gonna take that friendly amendment at this time, and so I'm gonna let it stand as it is.
Okay, can you read it for us one more time, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The motion was, I move that the rental fee for the Summerfield Community Park Amphitheater and the Summerfield Community Park Shelter and the fee schedule of the Summerfield fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 budget be waived for rentals by public schools of the Guilford County School System, which include Summerfield Elementary, Revolution Academy, and Summerfield Charter, located within the town limits of the town of Summerfield.
Would you consider adding northern and northwest?
No, I'm gonna keep it as is for the time being.
Okay, I have a motion, do I have a second?
second.
Have a motion and a second. Further
No.
discussion?
Yes, we're back to that. What if we pass this as it is, but we say we want to revisit this because we really want to get more use out of the amphitheater and more groups coming to use it, and we want to revisit the fee schedule to make that happen?
That's what I was thinking, you all had, everybody had.
I like where your mindset is, I do. I think, honestly, I think the optics of this is maybe not so good. And I know that Lynn's heart is all for the kids, but her employer is the school. And I think this, she could get her critics could come speak negatively towards her, and I don't want to see that. And I don't want the town to get into trouble that we're singling out these schools and not other nonprofits. I am concerned about that, and I don't even know if you're allowed to vote, because you're part of this, of the school system.
Yeah, she's not an owner of the school system, she's not any sort of.
Well, it's sort of like if I ask my employer, can I give you a discount?
But she doesn't make money off it.
She's not profiting.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think, I'm just.
She has no ownership.
Here we go.
I make no money. I am a member of PTA, but I don't do anything on PTA.
The conflict of interest can be real or perceived, but also, as long as you're upfront about it, the council continues to waive that. It doesn't have to be actual.
What are you saying?
A conflict of interest can be a real or perceived interest, so it doesn't have to be an actual conflict of interest, but it's a real or perceived conflict of interest, and you can certainly, you've been forthcoming about your employer. The board can choose to waive that.
And I think she's got a, well, yeah.
Hamilton, when I heard you read that last time, it did sound like it's not just limited to schools in the city limits. It just says that those three that you named are located in the city limits. So
I think on the last read I did include it, but let me read it one more time.
I think the whole school system, to Lynn's earlier point, would be included in what you just read.
I finished with located within the town limits of Summerfield.
Yeah, but I think
But I
that
can read
just
it again.
applies to the three towns, the three schools.
Well, let me read it one more
Just
time.
happen to be located in the town. It doesn't
You
say-
have to take out the public schools of Guilford County School System.
Let's do this one more time, we'll just make sure.
Okay.
I move that the rental fee for the Summerfield Community Park Amphitheater and the Summerfield Community Park Shelter and the fee schedule of the Summerfield fiscal year 24 and 25 budget and 25-26 budget be waived for rentals by Summerfield Elementary, Revolution Academy, and Summerfield Charter. And I'll just leave it at that.
Have a motion. Have
I'll
a
second.
Have a motion and a second. I guess that was a friendly amendment that you accepted. Have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
I would like to, I can go with this, but I would like it to be back on the agenda for us to figure out how we can let other schools and nonprofits either use it at a discount free or revisit our fee schedule for this.
Does this include the fee schedule, or do they still have to pay the fee schedule? With the cleaning fee, do they still have to pay that?
They normally clean up their own.
No, I'm just, you said the rental rate, if there is a cleaning fee, I'm just asking, do you need to include that?
No, we're not charging them a dime.
But then you'll have to make the amendment because it says.
Okay, I make an amendment that we do may I offer a friendly?
Well, no, hold on, what did he say?
The cleaning schedule, or the cleaning fee,
Are we waiving the cleaning fee as well?
yes.
Do we usually do that?
I
What's
think
that mean?
it's just a matter of trust with the school system, and they've certainly cleaned before and after previous events, so being able to waive it in lieu of them doing it themselves.
It's 11:18 and they're still sitting here and they got kids that get up in the morning.
I know, I'm trying to get you out of here.
Cleaning
I really am.
it after events, it'll be us.
Yes.
Yeah.
We need y'all's names on the contract.
Maybe you should have meetings once a month.
Then I am all in favor for the schools, I really am. I don't know if it should be zero or discounted like other towns our size are doing. I'm all in favor for the schools, but I would also like to include other nonprofits.
So
and that's why I can't be on board.
can we get this done tonight? And then we'll put the rest back on the agenda as Janelle wanted for a later time.
I'm pretty sure we
All right, so in light of the help that we receive, I move that the rental fee, the rental fee and the cleaning fee, is that what it was?
Yes.
Yes.
For the Summerfield Community Park Amphitheater and the Summerfield Community Park Shelter, and the fee schedule of the Summerfield fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 budgets be waived for Summerfield Elementary, Revolution Academy, and Summerfield Charter.
We have a
Period.
motion, and do we
I
have a second?
second.
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries by a count of 4-1. Ladies, thank you for your patience in being here with us tonight, and for all you do for our kids. Very, very
Yes,
much.
thank you.
Twig, I'd like this on the next agenda as well, please.
Okay.
I think you guys, they started something good, that
Letter-
let us realize that maybe other schools will use it if we, the high schools and middle schools, if we work on it too, so, thank you.
Letter I, discussion on policy for town council meeting agendas. Mr. Robbins.
Mr. Mayor and Board, I hope this is going to be quick. So I would like to amend y'all's policy for submission of agenda items. What I would like to propose is 2 weeks before your meeting, you would have your agenda items into me by that close of business that day, so 2 weeks prior. And then by that Friday, we could get a draft agenda back out to you all of the things that the board wants. And by 1 week before, we would have the final agenda out to you. This gives the public more time to digest, gives y'all more time to digest, gives y'all more time to talk to constituents, and certainly to call and ask me, as many of you do, about different agenda items. So it's just giving you more time to be more prepared. Hopefully, these meetings will go a little bit quicker. And so my proposal is to adjust the submission to 2 weeks ahead of time and on Tuesday. So we'll just keep it simple on Tuesday, 2 weeks ahead of time.
In times past when we've adjusted this, it's just really been a conversation and kind of a thumbs up, but you don't feel like we need to take a motion and vote on it, do you?
You actually have a policy that says that, so you'd be amending your actual policy, your agenda policy that you have.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. What's the agenda policy? I'm sorry.
It is,
What does it say again? What does it currently say?
currently, it is about 10 days out. It's the Friday before, if my memory serves me correct.
And you
About
want,
10 days out.
you
What
want
I'm saying,
literally 14 days. to-
It's right here, it's on the reminder on the back of the agenda. Any topic to be considered for
Knows what it
future
is,
agenda.
why not get it?
Monday, the week before, by noon, things have to be submitted, and the packet is supposed to go out by close of day Thursday, before the meeting.
And you think that 14 days, those extra 4 days would make a difference for
it's gonna make a difference for everybody.
But nobody's gonna get it.
For the board, for the staff, for the public, for everybody.
So is there discussion or someone like to make a motion?
I like the idea. You don't have a draft policy we can look at?
No, sir.
Well, I mean, all you're doing is changing that one.
I know we talked about it, Commissioner Clay, but I got hemmed up today by several visitors.
I kind of have learned from Councilman Robinson.
I was gonna say, don't you say it.
To not rush into things and like to read it and digest it and look at it, and I don't have a rough draft, so I love the idea, but I thought it was clear that I wanted to see a draft policy so we can all read it and say thumbs up, so for that reason, I'm not in favor of it.
I'm in favor of it because of my experience and trying to get stuff on the agenda and then also being able to have time to ask my questions, because if I get it Thursday afternoon, Friday, if I'm out of town or something, I'm dragging that binder everywhere and I read a little bit and I stop. And then I have had where I've had to read it Monday night, and I like having the extra time and being able to ask people about stuff.
Then I completely agree with you, and a year ago, I mentioned this to prior administration, and I didn't get favor from it. And I'm the one that brought this up to our town manager a month ago, why it's here. And again, I love the idea, I agree, but I would like to see a draft policy so we can look at it and agree to it.
Can you get us a draft policy by Friday?
Or just the next.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, then we'll do it Friday. We got 4 things on the agenda.
I think we still probably need to discuss Friday at some point, but I guess before, whenever we meet again next time. All right, so we're going to the next one, Mayor? Is that it?
Here's your policy,
22.
Yes.
But you have already.
22.
this is already adopted.
Is there further discussion, or would somebody like to make a motion?
You still got 2 more on the other side.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's-
motion, I thought we were just kicking it to Friday.
Kicking it.
Yeah.
I'm asking that question, and when nobody has discussion and nobody makes a motion, I can go to
It will
the next
die.
item.
Nobody's got discussion.
Nobody wants to follow purple blue.
Okay.
They've already adopted that.
I'm sorry.
Item J, discussion of potential conflict of interest relating to the Summerfield Recreation Association. Mr. Rollins.
Yes, sir. It was brought to my attention that, by Councilman Doggett, that he had some of his constituents that was concerned that the employment of Mr. Kuhn being our Parks and Rec Director and his wife being the treasurer for the Summerfield Recreation Association, sorry about that, could possibly be a conflict of interest. And so he asked me to bring it to the board for y'all's consideration whether that was a conflict of interest. I personally don't see that because she's part of a nonprofit 501c3 that does business with the town, but she does not even authorize a check. She just writes for what they authorize. We don't give any discounts or anything to the SRA. So, I mean,
Mr. Doggett, do you have any?
No, I just wanted to bring it, full disclosure, transparency and all, that it was brought to me. I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of that we, as a council, we're good with it. That's all I care
I
about.
don't see any sort of conflict.
Mr. Rhodes, did you say it was his wife?
yes, sir.
And is it like a paid volunteer?
No,
It's volunteer?
it's volunteer.
Oh.
She's a volunteer treasurer for the
Okay.
SRA. He's, of course, a paid employee of the town, but they don't get any favoritism or love anybody else or anything like that.
Does anyone have a problem with it?
No.
No, like I said,
I don't see anything to have a problem with.
He's bringing it up because there's a citizen that had an issue, so.
Done.
Thank you,
a
John.
couple.
A couple, sorry.
Item K, discussion on town representative for the ABC Board.
I think this one will be really quick. Madam Mayor Pro Tem has had me in discussions with somebody who's interested in serving as the ABC Board Advisor for the town of Summerfield. I've had discussions with him. He has not made up his mind yet. I've got to find out when the meetings are every month to see if he can fit it among his family obligations and stuff. So at this time, we don't have anybody to recommend.
Okay.
Hopefully by your next regular meeting in April, we'll have a name that we can submit for representation for the town of Summerfield.
That sounds great.
With that, we're to item number 13 for the closed session.
I make a motion.
Actually, Lynn, if I could, do you mind if I make this?
Okay.
I move that we go into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body regarding the NAACP complaint and other confidential matters in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided under North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 11A3. And that's all.
I don't know what the other two are and if we need to talk about them.
Good Lord.
What?
From,
I thought there was more than that.
I don't
Yeah.
have anything pertaining to the other two exceptions to talk about with you, so unless there's another attorney.
Rollins, where does other two come from?
I have something, so I want to make a friendly amendment that we include those, and if we end up not talking about
And
them,
that's okay.
we can say that we only talked about A.
I agree.
Mr. Hamilton, do you agree?
I mean, if there is closed session matters to discuss, I'm happy to amend it. I don't, of course, I don't know what they are, that's why I tried to only do it to A, but, so I will amend it to address the compensation of the material terms of employment contract under North Carolina General Statute 143-318, and to, as well as North Carolina General Statute 143-318, 11A6. I don't think it's necessary that I give the full written thing, so just under those statutory.
A5 and A6.
Yeah, under those statutory provisions.
So you're including A5 and A6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second? Have a motion and a second, further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We'll be back as soon as we can, folks. Thank you again, ladies.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got that one going. I'll wait on it.
How do you adopting a policy when it's in here?
There
Well,
was no
it's
policy.
actually policy 20.
This was adopted.
2022
What was adopted by the county? Did anybody have copies of it?
Trying to get in and out.
No. Adopted policies over.
you.
We're sitting down so that we can have businesses.
Ms. Sanders, can you refresh us on which of the three that we discussed so we can go back into open session?
Yes. Just A.
Only the first one?
Just the first one.
Okay. Someone like to make a motion?
A motion, we're making a motion that we return to open session, right, first?
Yes.
I make a motion.
We only discussed the first.
I make a motion that we return to open session and that we discussed, A, consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body on confidential matters in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege as provided by NCGS 143-318.11A3.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
I second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So thank you all for waiting. So coming back into open session, we have the outstanding matter of the planning and zoning that we discussed. Does anybody have any input on that or suggestions?
I'd say we kick it back to the planning board, get a new, let them do it with the necessary language, and then send it back to us.
Any other discussion on that?
Can we ask that they possibly do it on the 24th, provided we can get notice, so we can get this done sooner than later?
Mr. Rollins, that provide time, 24th?
I'd have to look at the notices.
Or just as soon as possible.
ASAP?
We can request they do it.
Yeah, we
as
can
soon as
request
possible.
it. That's really all we can do is request. Any other discussion? So is everybody in agreement with that we'll send it back to the planning board? So in that regard, we will, I think at this point then we should adjourn this meeting, and also the three outstanding items will be dealt with that we push back at a subsequent meeting some point in the future. Acceptable with everybody?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, then we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion that we adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Have a motion, have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I think this was a big mistake to have no meeting for 2 months and keep everybody till midnight. You know, there's some workers' rights in the state of North Carolina. I don't think you can keep an employee from 8:30 in the morning till midnight.